The battle over the introduction of the hijab or Islamic veil was a flashpoint for the growing conflict between the two visions for Iran's future.
They decided to do it gradually. So at first was at workplace. We were forced to wear the hijab at the university if we wanted to keep our job. Some of my friends refused to go and they lost their jobs. I was the only breadwinner, so I couldn't lose my job. And I remember that I had a scarf in my pocket, in my handbag, and used to take the scarf, put it on my head, and give an angry look to the guard who was standing at the entrance of the university, go in, and immediately after I came in, I would take my hijab off.
The Islamists continued to tighten their grip on power, executing people who disagreed with them. In 1981, Shahran was personally affected.
Sister of my friend, who was I'd done nothing. She was so young. She was only 19, 20 years old. She used to sell some newspapers that they didn't like. In 24 hours, she was arrested and executed. My stomach was churning. At that day, I said, I hate revolution. And for years and for all my life, we were waiting for a revolution. And that day, I said, revolution is just despicable.
But in private, Shahran and her friends found ways to defy the new rules of the conservative Islamic government.
Of course, all of us fought it in different ways. I tell you, for example, we used to go hiking, walking on the mountain, because Tehran just has wonderful mountains. And we used to go very high, and there was no Revolutionary Guard. And we would take our hijabs, music, we danced, boys and girls, we were together. So that was one way of protesting against these things. We used to go to the sea. They occupied the seaside. I mean, we had beautiful seaside, Caspian. They divided the beaches to men and women, and you had to go to swimming with your scarf on and your trousers on. So what we did, we went into the sea and we would get a boat or go way inside, take all our clothes off, naked, boys and girls, we used to swim in the sea. That was a way of protesting. I never done that before the revolution.
Shahran and her friends also set up reading groups and even a women's magazine.
Because everything at that time was so polarized, so political. We wanted to do something which was not political. And we wanted to have women from different political strands working only for women. So we set up this magazine, we wrote the articles. I remember that one of my friends who was working with us, she took all the articles to the publisher. And at that time there was no computer, of course, and we only had one copy. We gave it to the publisher. It was waiting to be published in 1981, and that was the day that, I call it Great Terror, came in. So that was lost. But the idea was kept, and a few of my friends who came back to Britain before me, they set it up again in London.
The Great Terror was the government crackdown in 1981 on un-Islamic behaviour after the unseating of Iran's left-leaning president had fallen out with his cleric allies. The following year, Shahran gave birth to a daughter, a cause for both joy and dismay.
When I went into hospital on 12th of April, when I gave birth, I went without the hijab. On 14th of April, when I was coming out of the hospital, my mother brought me a scarf and said that you cannot go into the street without the hijab. They throw acid on you. That's what they say. So everybody was scared, and women started giving up the resistance in the streets. So at that time, I thought, I have given birth to a girl. I don't want to live in this country anymore.
And Shahran's young daughter was indeed strongly affected by the situation in Iran.
My daughter was 2-year-old, and we were in the street, and probably I had a mild makeup, and they were against makeup as well. One of these women with the full hijab, who God knows who they were, they came and said, clean your face, clean your face. They would give you a tissue and clean your face. Then we cleaned our face, pull your hijab down, hijab police, they called themselves. And they took us in a minibus. And my child was so petrified. They took us to a committee they called and interrogated us, and after a while they let us go. And since that day, my daughter was finding scarves everywhere in the house and wearing the scarf. And whenever I wanted to go out without my scarf, because we were living in second floor, so I didn't need to wear the scarf inside the house, she would run after me and give me the hijab. So scared the little poor child was.
Shahran left Iran in 1986 and returned to London, but she was haunted by her experiences.
It took me a long time to calm down, in a way. I used to cry a lot in the street, driving a car, and every time that I saw a four-wheel drive, I used to shake and think that, oh, where's my hijab? Because this hijab police used to drive in these four-wheel drive cars, and I decided that that country is not mine anymore. That is my past.
Shahran Tabari now works as a journalist in London. She was speaking to Lucy Burns in 2014. If you want to listen to more stories about Iran, you can find them on the collections page on the Witness History website.
This is the BBC World Service, revealing the dark side to Amsterdam's red light district.
This is a story about manipulation, harassment, and abuse of women. I think the real problem in the red light area is human traffic.
And if you are there not knowing what rights you have, where to go when you need help, then you're like trapped.
The bleak reality behind the red light district. Saturday at 11 GMT. In 30 minutes, Discovery.
Why are some smells so pleasant?
And others just nasty?
From garlic breath to pongy armpits.
This episode of Curious Cases is all about the science of stinks.
We learn about the molecules and receptors that are at the centre of scent.
The newsroom is next. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
6 years ago, I learned about a remarkable set of books called The Registers of Liberated Africans, and they record details about Africans freed from slavery by the Royal Navy in the early 19th century.
You can't really become involved in the suppression of the slave trade if you haven't really already been involved in the slave trade itself. I mean, you are dealing with a terrible history.
One of the entries in the registers simply says, "Recaptive number 11407, without name, deaf and dumb."
He was here in order that he could get some amount of education and medical facilities in order to aid him in his ailments. He lived here until he died.
Join me, Raymond Antrobus, as I discover more about recaptive number 11407 on the BBC World Service, coming up after the world news.
Hello, this is Danielle Yawowiecka with the BBC News. Rishi Sunak is about to take over as British Prime Minister with a promise to restore stability after a period of chaos in government. His predecessor, Liz Truss, will step down after just 7 weeks in office. Mr Sunak will be the 5th British Prime Minister in 6 years and will have to deal with the highest inflation in decades. David Wallace-Lockhart reports.
Later this morning, the UK will change Prime Minister once again. Liz Truss is due to chair a final meeting of her cabinet before travelling to Buckingham Palace to tell King Charles she is resigning. Rishi Sunak will then be asked by the monarch to form a government. Mr Sunak has said the country faces a profound economic challenge and that his own party must unite or die. Opposition parties think the public should have a say. They're demanding a general election. But as of now, the atmosphere in the Tory party seems a bit calmer under new leadership, and Rishi Sunak has no plans to go to the polls.
Rishi Sunak is the first British Asian to be Prime Minister and the youngest head of government in more than 200 years. Among the world leaders to congratulate him were President Biden. Speaking in Washington at an event to mark the Hindu holiday Diwali, he described Mr Sunak's appointment as a key moment.
Just today, we've got news that Rishi Sunak is now the Prime Minister and the Conservative Party. Pretty astounding. A groundbreaking milestone, and it matters. It matters.
6 Palestinians have been killed by Israel's security forces in a raid in the occupied West Bank, 5 of them in the city of Nablus. Several of the dead were militant gunmen, including a senior commander. Israel says it acted after the killing of a soldier this month. Tom Bateman reports from Jerusalem.
Israel says its raid followed the killing earlier this month of a staff sergeant, the perpetrator of which still hadn't been caught, and multiple recent shootings, while the Palestinian leadership called for international help over the mounting Israeli raids, which it called a war crime. There were also armed clashes between Israeli troops and the official internationally backed Palestinian security forces, creating fears of an even more serious flare-up in the occupied territories. Medical workers said another Palestinian was shot dead by Israeli troops in a West Bank village as people reportedly threw stones in protest at the raids.
Officials in Ukraine say 7 civilians have been killed in the eastern region of Donetsk. The regional governor, Pavlo Kyrylenko, said another 3 people were injured in the city of Bakhmut. He said Russian forces were responsible for the casualties but gave no further details. Mr. Kyrylenko said the bodies of 3 people killed earlier in Donetsk had been recovered in the towns of Drobysheve and Stavki. World News from the BBC. Officials in Bangladesh say at least 9 people have died as a powerful cyclone made landfall on the western coast. More than 1 million have been displaced. The cyclone brought winds of nearly 90 kilometres per hour and a storm surge of up to 3 metres. Residents of low-lying areas were evacuated to cyclone shelters. Reports from Papua New Guinea's Trobriand Islands say more than 20 people have been killed in intercommunal violence. Some reports give a number of more than 30 dead. Police and church leaders say the fighting on the island of Kirawina was related to disputes over the general elections earlier this year. Indonesian rescue officials say at least 13 people died when a boat caught fire off the coast of the eastern province of Nusa Tenggara. More than 200 people, including small children, have been rescued so far. Local fishing boats joined rescue boats for the recovery mission. The World Health Organization says the coronavirus pandemic has had a profound and diverse effect on people's mental health. A poll of 29,000 people in 30 countries was carried out for the BBC World Service, and Stephanie Hegarty has the details.
The findings of the poll suggest stark differences in the effect of the pandemic on mental health around the world. A slight majority of those polled say they feel better now than they did even before the pandemic, especially in Nigeria, Egypt, India and Vietnam, while Japan, Hong Kong, South Korea and much of Europe were more likely to say they feel worse. Globally, women reported a much more negative effect of the pandemic on mental health than men, but the polls suggest that parents of children under 18 feel better now than any other group.
The New Zealand Parliament has reached a unique benchmark, with the number of its male and female MPs now exactly equal. The Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern described the breakthrough as heartening. That's the latest BBC News.
It's a bright morning at the National Maritime Museum in Greenwich.
We are a UK-based
Light
online
streams
e-commerce
through
store,
the large
the first
windows
of
of
its
the
kind
main
with license
hall,
to trade
but
in
it's a
African
quieter
products.
room, and a more
Some of the products are
dimly
clothing
lit corner
brands and all
that I'm
beauty
here
accessories,
to visit,
hair and
where
beauty
senior
brands,
curators
natural applications, processed and fried unprocessed food. Our mission at Gabby Dave is to shift African and Caribbean businesses to customers globally. At Gabby Dave, we ensure our sellers get the best deal for their products. We are not just here to help you reach a wider audience. We are also a distribution center to support business growth by fulfilling orders to your customers from our warehouse, making sure customers receive their products on time. We are inviting all Black-owned businesses to trade on our platform because we strongly believe Africans have a unique brand the customer would appreciate globally. So get in touch today and let us make your product and business go far. Here are some of the benefits of using Gabby Dave Global. User-friendly platform, track your shipment, online support, transparent process, multiple SKUs, multiple products, a platform that encourages manufacturers as well as traders. Our marketing and PR interventions amplifies yours. Organized products and categories for easy access and navigation. Access to global community, especially within UK and Europe.
Penny Mordaunt, until the final minutes yesterday, was saying that she was going to run against Rishi Sunak, that she thought she had 100 MPs. Turned out she didn't. She is angling for a big job like Foreign Secretary, but will he reward her with that? which would mean moving the current Foreign Secretary, James Cleverly, who is seen to be doing a good job, although he didn't back Mr Sunak. Perhaps that will be an example of reaching out to former Boris Johnson supporters.
What about the Home Secretary, Grant Shapps? We saw him going in this morning. He didn't look particularly cheery, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, there is someone who has been generally considered a safe pair of hands. You can tell that by the number of times, the party pushes him out for media interviews in the morning.
Indeed, and Liz Truss's cabinet did not have many people who were going back for her in the media. Grant Shapps is someone who does that very well. He's only been at the Home Office for a matter of days, so will he stay there or be moved? I expect he'll end up with something. Suella Braverman, big figure on the right of the party, was Home Secretary until she was sacked/resigned a few days ago over a security breach. She wrote a very effusive article about Rishi Sunak in the Telegraph, so I expect she has been or will be offered something, perhaps Justice Secretary, as she's a lawyer. And Mel Stride, now you may not know him, but he ran Rishi Sunak's leadership campaign. He's been at the forefront of criticising Liz Truss's economic policies and saying that Rishi Sunak had it right all along, so I expect he will get a cabinet post of some sort.
What about Oliver Dowden? Was the party chairman, stepped down ostensibly because of the by-election losses? We know it probably wasn't entirely to do with that. I mean, he's very, very closely allied with Rishi Sunak.
Big ally of Rishi Sunak, first to resign from Boris Johnson's cabinet, and he may be brought back if they don't keep Jake Berry as party chairman. They did have a very warm handshake, Jake Berry and Rishi Sunak, yesterday, but if they don't keep him, he may return to that job or to a different job in cabinet. And Dominic Raab, he was cast out into the wilderness by Liz Truss. He was a real attack dog of Rishi Sunak's campaign, really going for Liz Truss. The one that's really interesting for me, though, is Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary.
As well.
Last in, wouldn't say anything when we asked him if he wanted to stay. Of course, he wants to be Defence Secretary, but he said that spending 3% of GDP on defence, a massive rise in spending, was a red line for him, and Rishi Sunak has not committed to that. Also, could we see the resurrection of Michael Gove in Cabinet for almost a decade? Could he come back?
Well, of course, all morning we have been, you have been doing rather better at it than I have. I always get desperately embarrassed, but the cabinet, as it currently is, have been popping inside number 10. I've been shouting at them, Tamara's been shouting at them, some of them have been responding.
Are you staying as Chancellor? They're keeping you? They're going to keep you, Mr Zahawi? They're going to keep you in a post?
Sir?
Will you stay in, Mr Cleverly?
Are you staying put?
Are you staying in your job? It's Lord True. They're going to keep you?
Possibly the broadest smile that I saw there was Ben Wallace as he was striding up. But who was the other chap that you were speaking to? Lords?
It was actually Graham Stewart, Energy Minister. I think I got it wrong before. What he's said since the contest started a few days ago, he said he would back Rishi Sunak, so maybe he will stay in that role. Therese Coffey looked particularly glum, the Deputy Prime Minister. She is very intimately tied to the Truss project, close friend of Liz Truss, and I expect they won't keep her in the cabinet. Although who knows?
Because broadly well received, has she?
Although Rishi Sunak did say he wanted to reach out, but you'd be very surprised, I think, if she ended up in the next cabinet. Although I'm not sure that she is a fellow traveller with Liz Truss on the tax-cutting agenda, she is a close friend of hers and has really been very much tied to this whole project and this whole disastrous premiership, really. I think one interesting aspect is whether Rishi Sunak finds his personal wealth a problem as Prime Minister. That was one of the things that I found members of the public mentioned to me when we were covering the leadership contest with Liz Truss over the summer. Yes, he's married to a billionaire. Can he walk a mile in ordinary people's shoes?
Did he turn up once to an event or a building site wearing
Prada shoes? Indeed, and we asked him that in our debate programme, and he always talks about the furlough scheme and how he protected people's incomes, but of course we're now in an era where we're going to be talking about austerity, really, spending cuts, tax rises, public sector workers balloting for strikes over pay and potentially being told by the Prime Minister, no, you can't have a pay rise. And Eric Pickles, who was the former Tory party chairman, he's a real working class Tory, he said that he didn't think that that would be something that people flung at Rishi Sunak. This is what Lord Pickles told us this morning.
I mean, I'm sure he's very aware of that. But I don't think we should look down our noses at somebody just because they've got a bob or two.
More than a bob or two, come on.
You've got well, a large bob or two, that would make you happy. But what you've got is a man, I think he's capable of walking other people's shoes. I think he does have empathy, and time will tell. But I think he's a very competent guy, and I wish him well.
Okay, I see where he's coming from, although, a bob or two is putting it pretty mildly, okay. I just don't wonder how long it will last, particularly on the opposition benches, the idea that, this huge wealth might not become something of a wedge issue for them.
And look, we've already had over the last few months the revelations about his wife being a non-dom and her tax affairs. He's building a swimming pool at his house in Yorkshire, the Prada shoes. Look, it does all build a picture of somebody who does not live a life that ordinary people live and may struggle to understand their concerns. Now, Rishi Sunak has, since the whole debacle with his wife's taxes, taken that head on, saying, look, I've shown in my work as the Chancellor that I will protect ordinary people, and that will always, he says, be his priority. And people who've been big supporters of his over the last few months tell me that he's someone who does have a lot of compassion and understanding for ordinary people's lives. But of course, we're entering to a period of very, very big spending squeeze for many people.
Certainly will be. Tamara, for now, thanks very much. Well, let's stick with the cost of living, because of course it is one of Rishi Sunak's top priorities. And data out this morning shows that even the lowest priced household items have increased around 17%. Can you believe that? 17% in the last year. Sky's Matthew Thompson is in North London for us this morning. Matthew, just explain exactly what we have been hearing. It's pretty alarming.
It's very alarming, and I think what it shows is how much lower priced items increase well above what we understand to be the headline rate of inflation. As you say, 17% for the lowest cost items in supermarkets like the one behind me. And if you compare that to what we know is the headline rate of inflation of 10%, well, it's pretty stark, although we should be clear that the rate of inflation, the official rate of inflation for food and drink, is actually 15%. So in that context, 17 isn't quite so drastic. However, if you look at some of those individual low-cost items, then it really is stark. So vegetable oil, for example, has risen 65% in the last year. Or if you look at pasta, it's risen 60% in the last year. Tea has risen 46% in the last year. And look, yes, big percentage of increases of low prices are still relatively low prices. But what it shows you is that people on lower incomes who tend to buy those cheaper items in shops tend to be hit harder by inflation and rising inflation than everyone else, than people on higher incomes, because the items that they buy in shops go up way more than the headline rate of inflation does. And the ONS has also released today some information from its opinion and lifestyle survey, which gives a sense of how people are feeling about the cost of living crisis, and those are pretty stark as well. They found that nearly half of adults, 45%, said that they were finding it difficult to pay their energy bills. That's up from 40% the last time this was published earlier in the year. Renters are finding it much more difficult than homeowners. 60% of renters found that they were struggling to afford their energy bills, for example. Also, the survey found that disabled people were much more likely than able-bodied people to be feeling the pinch and feeling the cost of living crisis. And similarly, black and minority ethnic people were more likely than white people to be reporting that they were struggling to afford their heating or energy bills. But I think what it really shows you, the headline is that 17% figure shows you that lower cost items in shops go up when inflation is rising way more than the headline rate of inflation. That means lower paid people bear the brunt.
Matthew, thanks very much. Well, the Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Pat McFadden, believes that the British people will be paying the price for those Conservative mistakes, and that is why, in his view, a general election should be called. He's not the only opposition politician saying that. They have been lining up to call for an early election.
To pick up on your phrase, austerity 2.0, why is that? No one was talking about public expenditure cuts before the mini budget of September the 23rd. And what's going to happen now is that the British people are going to be asked to pay the price for the Tories' political and economic mistakes. That's actually why we should have an election. That's why we should have a change of government, because this party, after 12 years in power, is now tired, it's clapped out, it's divided, it doesn't have a plan for the future. So we can have a new Prime Minister today and a new Cabinet today, but they do not have any new ideas as to how to take the country forward.
The Democrats argued over a year ago there needed to be a windfall tax on the unexpectedly huge profits of the oil and gas giants, and Rishi Sunak said no. Then when he did one, it was covered in like a Swiss cheese with holes. It wasn't providing the money that we need to help people, and frankly, he's never had a real plan. So I'm afraid he may have worked out that Liz Truss's policies were crazy, but I'm afraid his own ones have not helped people who are suffering at the moment with higher mortgages, higher food and fuel prices.
I hope that we have a positive relationship. He has a positive relationship with the devolved administrations, and I look forward to working with them when we can do so over issues such as Ukraine, of course, but obviously reaching out to him and saying that he needs to recognise that there is a democratic mandate in Scotland for the Scottish Parliament to move ahead with an independence referendum. So in a respectful way, I look forward to the relationship that we have. But I will also have to say to him that he is the third Tory Prime Minister in 3 months. I think the public are calling for a general election, and I think it's right that we move to that position and allow the people across all these islands to have their say in the future that they want to have, future say in the government of the United Kingdom, but of course in Scotland being able to demonstrate quite fully that we deserve that right to have our independence referendum.
Well, joining us now, Craig Hoy, Party Chairman of the Scottish Conservatives and Unionist Party. Mr Hoy, lovely to see you this morning. Your reaction, first and foremost, to Rishi Sunak, about to become our next Prime Minister.
I very much welcome Rishi Sunak as our new Prime Minister and new leader. He has said he will be a guardian of the Union. He's spoken up very strongly about the importance of Scotland's place in the United Kingdom, and I look forward to him now bringing unity and stability so that we can move forward, not just here in Scotland, but across the rest of the United Kingdom, to stand up for Scotland's place in the UK and to stand up to the SNP government here in Scotland.
Was it then something of a relief that this time around, at least, you managed to get the election of a new leader sorted within a handful of days rather than a month and a half?
Yeah, I think it was very important that after a couple of months that we've had, that we moved swiftly to the election of our new leader. That happened yesterday. That now means that we can focus on getting a cabinet of all the talents representing the whole of the United Kingdom in place and move forward to put stability in place so that we can focus on the people's priority. And the people's number one priority, both here in Scotland and across the rest of the UK, is to make sure that we help households through the very difficult winter that lies ahead.
I suspect then that there was a degree of relief that the next leader of the Conservative Party is going to be Rishi Sunak and not Boris Johnson.
Well, I think we are very pleased that we have a swift conclusion to this. Rishi Sunak has spoken passionately about the importance of Scotland. He stepped in, obviously, through the furlough scheme, supported 1 million Scottish jobs. That's 1 in 3 Scottish jobs. And then when the energy crisis started to emerge, he made sure that he brought forward a package of measures that would see households in Scotland securing £1,650 to help tackle their energy bills. So he's shown his commitment to Scotland, and he's shown his commitment to the United Kingdom. And now we look forward to working with him to make sure that we tackle the challenges that we see in the economy, but also that we stand up to the SNP, because at a time where we see huge economic uncertainty, it is frankly bizarre that the SNP wants to pour petrol on those flames with another deeply divisive independence referendum next year.
But you would, I'm sure, concede that there is some momentum behind that push for a second independence referendum, and when you have the Scottish Government pushing on it, it gives it extra impetus. I mean, what can Rishi Sunak, from down here in Westminster, an SW1P, what can he do in concrete terms to try and forge those links between the Union and you?
Well, I think it's important that we reach out to the Scottish Government. I think Rishi Sunak will be speaking to the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, soon. We want both governments in Scotland. We have two governments in Scotland, and we want them to be working together on the big challenges that we see ahead of us, and that's the cost of living crisis, energy, and making sure we rebuild our public services after COVID. But if you look at his record as Chancellor with the amount of money that he put into levelling up here in Scotland, it's quite clear that we, if we work as one united kingdom, can deliver on the priorities of the Scottish people, rather than go down the route that Nicola Sturgeon wants to do, which is to take us back to the divisions of the past. And make no mistake, whilst Nicola Sturgeon will be shedding crocodile tears at the moment, calling for either a general election or another independence referendum, she took over from Alex Salmond in the days that they spoke to one another and were in the same party and in a coronation. She didn't subsequently call a Holyrood election, and she will do anything, say anything, in order to try and further her cause of independence. But thankfully, if you look at the opinion polls, they haven't really shifted, because the Scottish people understand that the importance of the Union in seeing us through the COVID pandemic, and they understand that this would not be the time to seek to divide our country all over again.
Sure, but just in terms of division, is now the moment that the Scottish Conservatives will truly fall in behind the Prime Minister? I mean, your leader, Douglas Ross, he's got more flip-flops than I have at the moment, and I'm going for my summer holidays soon.
No, I don't accept that. I mean, clearly there were issues between the Scottish Party and Boris Johnson over the Partygate situation. Those were resolved. We now want to come together, and I think the new Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak's call for unity and stability is something that Scottish Conservatives will support wholeheartedly.
And just one final question. If the SNP in Scotland does move forward with a second independence referendum, but without the sanction from down south, it looks like Cabinet may have ended a little bit early. Mr. Hoyt, I hope you don't mind, but we're going to just cut it short there so we can just see what's happening here. Thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, sir.
Jacob Rees-Mogg actually hanging around. I don't know if you can just, that's the back of his head there. That's a very, very short edition of Cabinet, isn't it?
Jacob Rees-Mogg just leaving Cabinet first to leave or leaving early, and just had a chat with reporters who were asking him whether he was going to stay in Cabinet. Of course, he can't know that now because Rishi Sunak will make those decisions, but we hopefully catch a bit later what he was saying. Look, what has Liz Truss got to say at the end of 7 weeks? I mean, her resignation statement delivered last week was 89 seconds long. She said she wanted to create a low-tax, high-growth economy, but she couldn't deliver it, so she had to go. And I think the next moment, they're all leaving Cabinet now. Foreign Secretary. What did she say, Mr. Cleverly? What did she say? Stuart, yes. They're not supposed to tell us what happens in Cabinet, but we will get a readout from an official later with the key points. But, they went in less than an hour ago. The Cabinet meeting started, we believe, around 9 o'clock. There's no business on the agenda. Liz Truss ends her 7 weeks as Prime Minister to the day today. She will, in the next hour or so, be coming out, delivering another statement on her final day. Will she show any more contrition than she did last week when she simply said, I couldn't deliver what Conservative Party members elected me to deliver? Will she say she's sorry? Will she give a hint of what her intentions are? We'll see in the next hour. She will then go to the palace to deliver her resignation to King Charles, and then it will be the turn of Rishi Sunak at the palace. He will then come here as Prime Minister, and he will deliver his speech on the steps of Downing Street, telling us what his priorities are. Bit of a stilted speech he gave yesterday, I thought, when he got the leadership, considering he is seen as a very smooth, good communicator. That really came across in the leadership contest in the summer, that he seemed much more at home speaking a lot of these debates than Liz Truss did. Perhaps he was nervous, perhaps the enormity of it got to him, but he will be telling us a bit about what he sees as the challenges. We talked about Liz Truss having a daunting in-tray 7 weeks ago. It is only more daunting still, and the only real issue on the agenda is now the economy and how they get it back on track.
Tamara, why don't you focus on the door to number 10 and keep haranguing those cabinet and perhaps some of them soon to be former cabinet ministers, whilst I speak with the former Treasury Minister, former Goldman Sachs asset manager, management chairman at Lord Jim O'Neill. Lord O'Neill, who now sits as a crossbencher. Lord O'Neill, good to see you this morning. Just in terms of the reaction to the markets that we have seen already, how has it been?
Well, just look literally 2 minutes ago at where gilt yields are relative to other bond yields, and we have now amazingly taken out all the risk premium that got built in. In fact, given what's been going on around the rest of the world at the same time as the chaos here, compared to 1 month ago today, our 10-year bond yields are lower and most other countries are higher. So that's telling you that the markets have built in an expectation that this new Prime Minister is going to be very focused on fiscal consolidation.
Well, he certainly called it right, didn't he, during the last Conservative leadership contest, in terms of what would happen, in terms of the markets, in terms of what would happen in gilts. But, I mean, look, his track record, though, isn't exactly perfect. I mean, eat out to help out, minimal benefit to the economy, COVID infections up between 8 and 17%.
Well, listen, I think some respect is given for him saying with the political risk within his own party what he said might happen and has happened. And I think if you look back through the twists and turns with his relationship with Boris Johnson as Prime Minister, it seemed clear that he wasn't particularly happy with this seemingly never-ending contradiction under Boris that would spend on everything but would keep taxes low. But now that it's his responsibility, let's see how he's going to deal with this seemingly huge social, political and economic challenge that the country seems to want a lot of government support for a lot of things. Obviously, by definition, doesn't want to pay too much tax, but at the same time, seemingly wants the fiscal credibility that the financial markets have now are forcing upon us. And it's not easy to marry those three things, that's for sure.
Certainly not. I mean, given that we're kind of moving out of the era of ultra low interest rates, of ultra cheap, at times often almost free money for government, I mean, how does he pay for all of those things? I mean, it's going to have to be cuts, isn't it? I mean, how fair then is it to describe us as about to enter into the second age of austerity?
Well, we'll see. I mean, in a way, Jeremy Hunt coming in as Chancellor has essentially set the scene for exactly that. But I would hope Rishi as PM is going to have a bit more ambition, and we don't just revert to some form of where life was in 2010, because we need to get out of this productivity trap. And indeed, I've tried to talk to Rishi when he first became Chancellor about that, and his advisors since, that I think there is a very different story about unfunded tax cuts being financed by borrowing and a more ambitious government in terms of government investment spending. And I would like to see some signs that the government is going to be more serious about its own role in investment spending and trying to do something about lifting the country's productivity performance. It's not something that they can say and implement magically overnight, but I think we need more than just fiscal respectability, because we will be stuck in the same trap that the country in some ways has been stuck in since the last financial crisis. It's tricky, and we haven't even talked about inflation yet. The most important immediate thing, following the stories you had about the different price increases the past year for foods, as your correspondent said, it's the poorest people that get hurt the most. We need to get inflation under control, and I think that is obviously another, if not the central priority. But we do need to do something to lift our productivity performance.
But just on the inflation point, and briefly if you can, Jim, because we're just about to run out of time. Well, obviously not too briefly. How much of the responsibility for that falls on Andrew Bailey? How much of the responsibility of that for that falls in the Bank of England? Can't Rishi Sunak sidestep some of the criticism?
I think he can. I am in the camp that there was a bit of Western central bank groupthink from probably late last decade through to COVID, where every time something seemingly went wrong, they just stepped on the button of QE more and kept rates far too low for far too long. The bank is now trying to get out of that. I do think if we have a move back to this fiscal stability, the bank might not hike as much as it was planning to before, but they have clearly got to raise interest rates more. And I don't think that is right to criticise Rishi or anybody in the government about. The bank should have moved earlier and probably faster. But they've now got to help and play their own role in getting inflation under control.
Jim Neal, great to talk to you this morning. Thanks for your time.
My pleasure.
Well, Rishi Sunak may well be the incoming Prime Minister, but there are, of course, a number of formalities and protocols needed to be completed first. One of them involves being invited by the King to form a new government at Buckingham Palace. Here to talk us through all of that, Sky's royal commentator, Alistair Bruce. Alistair, good to see you this morning. I do hope you're well. So describe what will be taking place behind those gilded closed doors at Buck House a little later this morning.
Well, as you put it, the political maelstrom will give way to the stage of constitutional formality. And for a moment, that breath will be seen as the former Prime Minister or current Prime Minister goes down to Buckingham Palace. And she will then be received in audience by the King. Now, they're getting to know each other. The King's short reign has meant that he has met with Liz Truss as his first Prime Minister for some time. And at each of those occasions, they will have been discussing the issues of the nation and of the time. But on this occasion, when the door opens and the King's equerry comes to it and introduces her as Prime Minister, it will be for the last time. And the Prime Minister will choose to say to the King what he already knows, and that is that the political party that she was the leader of has chosen a new leader, and consequently she will resign as Prime Minister and recommend that the King call on Rishi Sunak. At that point they'll probably have a discussion and a bit of a chat. It's all very friendly. The King will also receive probably the Prime Minister's husband, and then she will take leave. And when she goes out, she will return to whatever her tasks are, and in due course the King will send for Rishi Sunak, and we will see him go into the same room where he will be introduced, and then the King will invite him to form a government. And at that point, if Rishi Sunak says yes, he becomes the King's Prime Minister.
Alistair, of course, you and I spoke an awful lot during that period of national mourning following the death of Her Majesty the Queen, and we often reflected on the level of interest that she had in politics, not just the number of politicians that passed through the doors of Buckingham Palace over the years, but the interest that she had. What do we know of Charles and politics? Of course, we know in the past he has spoken often about his own personal interests, but when those intersect with politics, it'll be interesting to see what he says as King.
The King has stated that he will adopt a very clear constitutional stance as sovereign. He has his mother's extraordinary example to follow, and it is his right to be consulted, to warn, and to be able to give his advice. And I would imagine that, we can never know because these conversations remain secret, but the King will have a chance for the first time to speak to Rishi Sunak about what his intentions are as Prime Minister. In the end, of course, the King will have to approve all appointments that are made in the Cabinet because they are the King's ministers, and that process will go on. But I think, as far as what the King personally thinks, I think we can guess at what the Queen may have personally thought. But in the end, the role of the monarch is not to get involved in that. And of course, as I say, we are seeing the stage of the constitutional formality today. And then almost immediately, the new Prime Minister leaves Buckingham Palace. It's straight back into that political maelstrom.
Alistair, Lovely to talk to you, and we'll speak again soon, I'm sure. Now, of course, leaders have been reacting to the news of the incoming Prime Minister, although, it was just a few weeks ago they reacted to the last one. Speaking at a Diwali celebration last night, the US President Joe Biden called Rishi Sunak's appointment as the UK's first Asian Prime Minister pretty astounding.
Just today, we've got news that Rishi Sunak is now the Prime Minister. As my brother would say, go figure. And the Conservative Party expected to become the Prime Minister, I think, tomorrow when he goes to see the King. Pretty astounding. A groundbreaking milestone, and it matters. It matters.
Rishi Sunak will become the third Prime Minister this year. Many people are demanding a general election. But as Sky's Tom Parmenter found out in Leicestershire, others just want him to get on with the job.
They want everything just right here, because it's tough selling electrical goods to a cash-strapped public.
Good afternoon, Halls.
Alison runs the accounts here.
You don't see so many people about. Nobody dare spend. Nobody dare spend anything.
And that's all down to the political situation?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, they just need to sort it all out.
Struggling to get hold of stock?
With some things, yeah, it's difficult.
Chris's granddad started this business in the 1930s. Alongside his electricals, they're trying out a toy shop. Anything to change their fortunes as the Prime Minister changes again.
It affects everybody in the UK. It does, everybody. And that's what they need to stop and think about. We must be the laughingstock of the political world.
We watched in the shop as it was all confirmed.
As long as he gets on with the job now and tries to sort things out, that's really what matters.
And whichever way your corner of the country votes, this cuts through every community. You hear that frustration in cities, towns, villages, even hamlets here in rural Middle England. People have been embarrassed by the circus in Westminster, and quite often they've suffered because of it. The day when the country found out it would have its first British Asian Prime Minister coincided with this.
Happy Diwali to all!
When he succeeded today, even to the last moment, I was thinking, oh, no, he's not going to make it. But then when he did it, it just blew me out.
Leicester always hosts one of the biggest Diwali parties outside of India. It drew Rita here from Essex.
There's people out there that are really, really struggling, and obviously he's had a bit of a privileged lifestyle. I think he needs to kind of be in touch. Yeah, he's the first Asian Prime Minister and he's from a privileged background, but he really needs to be in touch with his public, because we're all now looking to him for results.
And that's the point. The people now living in Sunak's Britain won't accept just more of the same. Tom Parmenter, Sky News, Leicestershire.
On the programme, the Conservative MP, former Cabinet Minister, of course, George Eustace. Mr Eustace, lovely to see you this morning. Your response to the fact that Rishi Sunak will soon be the third Prime Minister that we've had this year?
Well, look, I know it's been some extraordinary events in the last few weeks, and sadly, Liz Truss in that role made some, bad errors of judgment, and things unravelled for her quite quickly. But there was despair in the Conservative Party last Thursday as that reached its end stage. But we all recognise that we needed to sort of put that behind us, draw a line, install the person who's got the right judgment, the right temperament to be able to calm the situation and make those important judgment calls in the right way. We've installed Rishi Sunak now as leader of the party. Today he becomes Prime Minister, and we can then start to deal with some of the challenges the country faces.
Given that the Conservative Party got it so badly wrong when they put Liz Truss into number 10, what level of certainty do you have that we won't be here again in a few weeks or months' time?
Well, Rishi Sunak commands the confidence of the Conservative Parliamentary Party, and that I'm sure he had the most votes actually at the last leadership contest during the summer, and members took a different view and decided to elect Liz Truss to that position. But throughout our history, we don't have a presidential system, we have a parliamentary democracy, and the single most important thing of any Prime Minister is first that they've got good judgment and the right temperament and character to do the most difficult job in the country, but secondly that they can carry Parliament with them and have confidence. And I'm absolutely convinced now that the party will rally around Rishi to make that work, and that he will go the extra mile to bring in every different strand of opinion within the Conservative Party and put it in his cabinet where it should be, so that there is a much more rounded decision-making process.
I mean, part of the problem has been, and probably more prominently under Boris Johnson than under Liz Truss, is the people that they chose to put round the cabinet table. They said that they were the best qualified for the job, but most of them, if not all of them, were supporters. Some of them even you could describe as zealots for the person who was then Prime Minister. I mean, when Rishi Sunak says that he wants to lead a government of all the talents, I mean, he genuinely does need to reach out to all those disparate parts of the party.
Yes, and I think he genuinely means it, because he understands how our constitution works. And I think the problem is, in the case of both probably Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, they almost felt that they were in some sort of presidential campaign at times, and it was about them as an individual and choosing people who supported them in some sort of administration. That's not how it works. Under our constitution, you should choose a cabinet that's broadly representative of every strand of opinion in your party, and yes, has talented people who can do the job. And then if a Prime Minister invests the time to persuade their cabinet and carry their cabinet with them on difficult decisions, then they can carry Parliament too. But if they don't have a representative cabinet, then they can't carry Parliament, and that's what Liz Truss discovered quite quickly.
I mean, when Rishi Sunak said to Conservative MPs yesterday, unite or die, I mean, he was right, wasn't he? I mean, if this party is disunited again, in public at the very least, the public won't stand for it, and the wheels will pretty quickly come off any attempts to get anything through the parliamentary machinery.
Well, absolutely. I think, and the party does know that. Look, there was despair in the Conservative Party last week at what was happening, because a realisation that the Conservative Party, and through that membership vote, had put in place in Liz Truss a Prime Minister who had made some bad errors, and for whom confidence in the Parliamentary Party was unravelling quite quickly, and people felt that was a very difficult episode, difficult for us to confront, but important that we did so, because we've had a difficult start in that first few weeks. We've got to put it right, get the right person on the job, and we've done that. We did that yesterday, and today he'll become Prime Minister, and I think we can start to turn things around.
Georgios, it's always good to see you. Thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
And I should probably inform our viewers, those heads that you keep popping up there. Well, Podium Guy is around. The podium itself will be being brought out, I would suspect, in the next kind of 15 minutes as we see Mr. Shapps. Mr. Shapps, any job? Well, you'll find out later on, I suspect. We will be seeing quite a lot of movement around here. We've seen the Outriders already arrive just down the bottom end of Downing Street, the police escort that will be taking Liz Truss to the palace in around about half an hour's time. Before that, though, before Rishi Sunak entered the world of politics in 2015, and he's now Prime Minister. It's quite remarkable when you put it in those terms. Well, he certainly had a successful career in business, from financial analyst at Goldman Sachs to Director of Investment at his father-in-law's venture capital firm. Our next guest worked alongside Rishi Sunak as he transitioned into politics. Very pleased to say, joining us now, the Director at WPI Strategy, Nick Faith. Nick, great to have you on. And I wonder, whether this is quite a proud day for those who know Rishi Sunak, for those who worked alongside him. What do you make of the man, and what do you think he will be like as a Prime Minister?
Thanks for having me on. I'm delighted, absolutely delighted for Rishi. He's without a doubt one of the most intelligent, affable people I've ever met in politics and in the world of policy. I think he'll make a great Prime Minister, and he's the exact person that this country requires right now to deal with the perfect storm of trying to attempt to control inflation, trying to bring the UK's deficit under control, and then obviously trying to figure out a way of driving long-term productivity in the economy that we all so desperately need to drive up wages and living standards.
We often talk in my business about people, moving from poacher to gamekeeper, moving from journalism perhaps into politics. In your business, I'm just wondering whether the skills that he would have needed to have been working in the jobs, financial analyst, and obviously working for his father-in-law, whether those skills are as transmissible into government as you seem to be suggesting.
Well, I think they are. I mean, I think he proved in the 2 years that he was Chancellor of the Exchequer, facing an unprecedented economic crisis with COVID-19 and the measures that the government had to implement, that actually understanding spreadsheets and understanding how markets respond to everything politicians say is something that stands him in very, very good stead to take the most senior role in the country.
Just a word, though, on the way, the way that Rishi Sunak styles himself. And frankly, when you compare him to the majority of modern politicians, he styles himself exceptionally well. Image has always been important to Mr. Sunak, hasn't it?
It has, and I actually think that was a mistake during the leadership campaign during the summer, that he over-stylized himself. There's one thing growing a reputation when you are Chancellor of the Exchequer as an individual who was very unknown before he took the job, and he had a team of people with a marketing and branding background working for him who managed to certainly thrust the Sunak name forward in a way that some people found a tiny bit crass, but actually was very necessary in terms of raising his profile. I think during the summer leadership campaign, lessons were learned that actually at a time of economic hardship, with the country facing significant pressures, that probably an over-stylized approach wasn't quite right. And I've noticed actually since in the last 24, 48 hours, there's been less slick branding and much more approach to sort of day-to-day communication of putting out statements rather than sort of very, very stylistic videos.
I don't want to get you to kind of insult Mr. Sunak, of course, but isn't there an element, a slight element of narcissism to the man? I mean, I remember back when he was at Number 11, he was putting out, posts on social media that weren't headlined, HM Treasury, but were, signed with his wonderfully descriptive cursive signature, Rishi Sunak, at the bottom.
I think that you could look at it in two different ways. You can either look at it as someone who wanted to make sure that his brand of fiscal policy was attached to his name, and I think if you were looking at it from a purely branding and marketing perspective, that was hugely successful. There's the other alternative view, which in the day-to-day cut and thrust of politics, is that something that is necessarily appropriate? I mean, I think there's a halfway house. Politics is, as previous prime ministers of recent times have shown, as much about personality and character as it is about actual substance. I think we probably veered too much towards the lack of substance potentially in the last couple of years, and where I think Rishi will certainly bring that back. There will be hugely substance behind what he does, but with an element of style to it.
And just one final question, Nick. I mean, what do you say to those who suggest that the almost literally insane levels of wealth that Rishi Sunak is in possession of mean that he simply isn't the right person to lead us through a cost of living crisis? Look, personally, I am sure that he can sympathise with those who are living at the bottom end. I'm not entirely convinced that he can empathise with them.
I don't actually buy that, actually. I think, just because someone is wealthy doesn't mean they can't have any life experience in meeting other people who've got less readily available income and empathise with people's situation in terms of being able to pay their mortgage, being able to actually afford to heat their home. I think Rishi absolutely gets that, and I think what you'll find in terms of how he approaches the energy crisis, how he tackles inflation, is that he will absolutely reassert compassion into conservatism, which is something that unfortunately has been lost over the past 45 days. So I think he will absolutely prioritise helping the most vulnerable as he looks to put the public finances back on a firm footing.
Nick Faith, great to talk to you this morning. Thanks for being with us.
No problem.
As you can see, we're joined once again by our political correspondent Tamara Cohen. We haven't yet been locked down, but it is fast approaching. But of course, all morning we have been seeing people pass in and out Number 10 for the last edition of Liz Truss's cabinet. First up, the man who lives at Number 11, Jeremy Hunt.
Are you staying as Chancellor? They're keeping you?
Oh, and the Leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt, was in 10 Downing Street this morning. Not exactly in the way she might have been hoping for. She was, of course, simply arriving for the final cabinet. Her leadership ambitions thwarted.
They're going to keep you, Mr. Zahawi? They're going to keep you in a post?
Nadine Zahawi, who's had a bit of a bruising couple of days, well, largely thanks to Boris Johnson.
Will you stay in, Mr. Cleverly?
And we have James Cleverly, the Foreign Secretary, who seems to have done reasonably well at the FCDO, but one wonders if someone else might be moving in. What about Kenny Badenoch? You've got to give fair play to Tamara Cohen for shouting at them all. And that is Grant Shapps, currently Home Secretary. Little look over the shoulder. And then we've got the Armed Forces Minister, James Heappey. Therese Coffey, not looking desperately happy this morning, one have to say. Bit of a contrast with the Defence Secretary. Not a care in the world, apparently, for the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace. Of course, he has been pushing on that 3% of GDP, and that does rather beg the question whether or not he will be remaining in post. TC, your views. Let's start then, shall we, with Ben Wallace. What do you do with someone who is seen pretty solid in defence, but who is asking for something pretty difficult to provide right now? 3% of GDP spending on defence.
I think the answer is see how much of a red line it really is. Yes, Ben Wallace backed Liz Truss in the summer because she was offering what is a multi-billion pound every year rise in defence spending. He says we live in a dangerous world, but of course spending more money on defence means less money for the NHS, schools and everything else. So would Ben Wallace accept perhaps a slower timetable on that, or would he accept even something between just over 2% we've got now and the 3% that he wanted? I think whether he is willing to be flexible is going to be crucial. He is very well regarded by Conservative Party members, so they would like to see him stay in that job. But that it will all hinge on whether he is willing to suck that up, because Rishi Sunak's made no promises on defence.
Well, the question is, of course, first, whether Jeremy Hunt remains as Chancellor, and second, if they want to send a signal about the level of spending cuts that need to take place across government, getting rid of Ben Wallace might not be a bad way of doing it.
Jeremy Hunt, of course, widely expected to stay in the job as Chancellor. He's trusted by the markets, and of course he's already working on that fiscal statement, the balancing the books statement that we're expecting next Monday. They may delay it, but of course they want to do it at that time because the Bank of England will be making its decisions about interest rates later in the week. So not long to go, and it's widely expected Jeremy Hunt will stay in that post. Whether others in the top team, the Foreign Secretary and the Home Secretary, get moved to make way for supporters of Rishi Sunak. Some of his stauncher supporters like Dominic Raab, widely tipped to return to the top levels of the cabinet, but he's going to try and keep what he calls all the talents. They often say that, but often then don't do it. He says he will bring in people who didn't support him into those top jobs in order to try and unite the warring Conservative Party.
Well, what about one person who, until I think about 5 to 2 yesterday was in the running against him, Penny Mordaunt? I mean, does she have to get anything?
I don't see why, since she didn't make a deal with Rishi Sunak and she didn't actually hit the threshold. Obviously getting, as she's put it, over 90 MPs is an achievement, and he will be concerned about that, but we'll see whether she accepts a lesser role if one is offered.
Tamara, thank you very much. We'll let you go off and have a bit of a breather, and as we prepare to launch the Skycopter, Larry the Cat has already been out this morning. He's been on the hunt for the next cabinet appointments. Liz Truss, of course, holding a very, very brief edition of the final cabinet. Clearly, the grass is always greener for Larry. Could it be the same for those hoping to get a seat at the top table? Well, in just a little over 15 minutes, Liz Truss, remember her? Well, she'll be giving her farewell speech before heading to see the King. After that, it's Rishi Sunak's turn to see His Majesty before returning here as the new Prime Minister. You will stay with us here on Sky News. Sophie Ridge is coming up next with live coverage of the handover of power from Truss to Sunak.
Welcome to Gabby Dave Global. We are a UK-based online e-commerce store, the first of its kind with license to trade in African products. Some of the products are clothing brands and all beauty accessories, hair and beauty brands, natural aphrodisiacs, processed and dried unprocessed food. Our mission at Gabby Dave is to connect African and Caribbean businesses to customers globally. At Gabby Dave, we ensure our sellers get the best deal for their products. We are not just here to help you reach a wider audience. We are also a distribution center to support business growth by fulfilling orders to your customers from our warehouse, making sure customers receive their products on time. We are inviting all Black-owned businesses to trade on our platform because we strongly believe Africans have a unique brand the customer would appreciate globally. So get in touch today and let us make your product and business go far. Here are some of the benefits of using Gabby Dave Global. User-friendly platform, track your shipment, online support, transparent process, multiple SKUs, multiple products, a platform that encourages manufacturers as well as traders. Our marketing and PR interventions amplifies yours. Organized products and categories for easy access and navigation. Access to global community, especially within UK and Europe. Welcome to Gabby Dave Global. We are a UK-based online e-commerce store, the first of its kind with license to trade in African products. Some of the products are clothing brands and all beauty accessories, hair and beauty brands, natural aphrodisiacs, processed and dried unprocessed food. Our mission at Gabby Dave is to connect African and Caribbean businesses to customers globally. At Gabby Dave, we ensure our sellers get the best deal for their products. We are not just here to help you reach a wider audience. We are also a distribution center to support business growth by fulfilling orders to your customers from our warehouse, making sure customers receive their products on time. We are inviting all Black-owned businesses to trade on our platform because we strongly believe Africans have a unique brand the customer would appreciate globally. So get in touch today and let us make your product and business go far. Here are some of the benefits of using Gabby Dave Global. User-friendly platform, track your shipment, online support, transparent process, multiple SKUs, multiple products, a platform that encourages manufacturers as well as traders. Our marketing and PR interventions amplifies yours. Organized products and categories for easy access and navigation. Access to global community, especially within UK and Europe.
It's 10 o'clock. This is Sky News Today. We're live from Downing Street. The headlines. An appointment with the King. Rishi Sunak prepares to become the new Prime Minister and warns his party, unite or die.
We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together.
It's Liz Truss to become the third Prime Minister in just 7 weeks. But first, she'll hand in her notice at Buckingham Palace. Well, this morning, the current cabinet met for the very last time. And this afternoon, another reshuffle with the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt likely to stay on at the Treasury. Well, Rishi Sunak will be the youngest Prime Minister for 2 centuries and the first British Asian. In his intro, a cost of living crisis and profound economic challenges will assess what he must do now to unite both party and country. Good morning. Well, he was chosen by Conservative MPs, not his party members, and crucially, not the electorate either. But this morning, Rishi Sunak will travel to Buckingham Palace to meet King Charles and will then be invited to become Britain's third Prime Minister in just 2 months. Not only will he take over a country that's in the middle of a cost of living crisis and beset by economic problems, but he will also inherit a deeply divided party. And he's already warned his own MPs that they must unite or die. But we'll have more on who could be in line for the top ministerial jobs in just a moment's time. But first, though, before Mr. Sunak takes up his post and begins to form his cabinet, the outgoing Prime Minister Liz Truss will make a short farewell speech here outside Downing Street at 10:15 this morning, so very shortly. She will then travel to Buckingham Palace to meet King Charles. And after that, Rishi Sunak will be asked by the King to form a government. He will then travel back to Downing Street, where we expect him to make his first speech as Prime Minister. That will be at around 11:35 this morning. And the first cabinet appointments should begin this afternoon. Well, Rishi Sunak has admitted that he and the country face profound economic challenges. So let's take a moment and look back now at the moment that he was chosen to lead the country and the reaction from his party, but also, most importantly perhaps, from voters.
We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our party and our country together.
To foist this upon us without having our say is not going to be accepted by the party, by the grassroots of the party.
Nobody dares spend anything.
And that's all down to the political situation?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, they just need to sort it all out.
We must be the laughingstock of the political world.
Even to the last moment, I was thinking, oh, no, he's not going to make it. But then when he did it, it just blew me out.
He's the first Asian Prime Minister and he's from a privileged background, but he really needs to be in touch with his public because we're all now looking to him for results.
Well, Liz Truss chairs her very last cabinet meeting in Downing Street this morning.
Are you staying put?
Are you staying in your job? They're going to keep you, Mr. Zahawi? They're going to keep you in a post?
Sir?
Will you stay in, Mr. Cleverly? Are you staying as Chancellor? They're keeping you?
Anything for you, Miss Morgan?
Always interesting to look at the body language of people this morning because, of course, some of those faces are going to be really hoping that they could feature as senior ministers under the new Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Should get details on that reshuffle, or the new government, if you like, later on this afternoon. What we do know is that Mr Sunak has confirmed that he wants the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, to stay in post ahead of that all-important budget on the 31st. He's likely to offer a cabinet job to his leadership rival, Penny Mordaunt, who of course pulled out of the race yesterday afternoon. Could she get what she's angling for, potentially Foreign Secretary? She'll have to wait and see. Sajid Javid, Kemi Badenoch and Michael Gove are also names who could have a place on the front bench. So too will Oliver Dowden, a long-term Rishi Sunak supporter, friend of him, and also Dominic Raab, who has done an awful lot of heavy lifting for Rishi Sunak after the last few months and was, of course, left out of the cabinet by Liz Truss. Current Defence Secretary Ben Wallace, he is another person who will be hoping to hang on to his job, and Grant Shapps, a public backer of Rishi Sunak, only very recently appointed Home Secretary, also in contention for a cabinet position. And in an attempt to start to unite the party, the new Prime Minister could also offer a place at the cabinet table to the former Home Secretary Suella Braverman, who rode in behind him at the weekend. Well, our political editor Beth Rigby is here with us now. Beth, what a morning we have got. It feels like we're going to be talking about the cabinet an awful lot, but perhaps right to reflect first on Liz Truss, still currently Prime Minister, not for much longer. What are we expected to hear from her today?
That's right, Sophie. I think that it's her 49th day in office, and already today she will be gone. It's the shortest ever tenure by some margin for any Prime Minister, and really she thought that she could do so much, and in the end she could not corral the parliamentary party behind her. She had to U-turn on her entire economic plan. She had to sack her Chancellor, and in the end she lost the command of the parliamentary party and she had to resign. And I looked up again what she said in that resignation speech. It was just a 90-second speech. It was so perfunctory, and she spoke about coming into office at a time of economic and international instability. She spoke about what she did do. She said she delivered on energy bills. You remember the energy price guarantee. That was a 2-year plan. It was shortened to a 6-month plan by Jeremy Hunt due to the cost of it. They are going to review that now in April, and she talked about cutting national insurance. That was a big policy pledge of hers, and by the time Jeremy Hunt was junking the near entire mini budget, he couldn't junk NI because it had already been passed as legislation in the House of Commons. But what does she end up saying? I cannot deliver the mandate, and she resigned. So really, Liz Truss, her premiership didn't go anywhere, and if anything, before she was appointed as Prime Minister, we were already talking about this being the hardest in-tray for any Prime Minister since the 1970s. For decades, she had rising inflation, she had a cost of living crisis, she had tax and spend decisions to make, now rising interest rates, and she just compounded those problems with those unfunded tax cuts that went, as she said herself, further and faster than the markets anticipated. So when Rishi Sunak gets in there today, his job is even harder than it was when Liz Truss went in. But I guess what I'm looking at today is she didn't really emote at all. She didn't reflect at all on her predicament or what had happened. She was very factual. I was elected to do this. I couldn't deliver my mandate. I still believe in economic growth is the only way to lower taxes. And she said, but I can't do it, so I resign. And I wonder today if we'll get a little bit of what's going on inside Liz Truss. What were her regrets? Will there be a mea culpa? Will she apologise to the public again? We can just see, actually, as Beth was talking, some of Liz Truss's closest allies there coming out of the doors of number 11, ready to see the speech. Therese Coffey, of course, the Deputy Prime Minister, perhaps her closest friend in Parliament, would you say, Beth, Therese Coffey? Yeah, that's right. So what's happening now is outside number 11. I don't know if we can get the camera onto that. You can see it on your screens. Yeah, there you go. You can see Therese Coffey there with the staff, the Deputy Prime Minister, the current Health Secretary, and she really was Liz Truss's trusted lieutenant, her closest ally. And what you're seeing there is members of staff coming out. This is sort of now tradition, actually. This is what Boris Johnson did. His team came out, and they come out really to listen to the speech. And Therese Coffey now doing a selfie. She's actually quite lovely. So they're having a selfie there.
Watch that on Twitter later.
Yeah, they're doing a selfie there. So yeah, that's her staff, her team. They've come out, there they all are, and they're waiting for Liz Truss to come out and make that final speech in a few minutes' time.
And Beth, you were talking earlier, weren't you, about her resignation speech, how short it was, how perfunctory it was, and looking out perhaps for a bit more emotion. And it is, I mean, you have to take a step back, don't you, and just reflect on how extraordinary, the last few weeks have been. And we haven't really managed to get into the mind of Liz Truss, have we? Do you think she might show us a bit more about how she's feeling?
I mean, I've interviewed Liz Truss in 2 sit-down interviews as Prime Minister, and I've interviewed her obviously when she was in other cabinet positions. I noticed that as time went along, she became less and less willing to say much at all. And by the end of this tenure, so she'd been so battered about that she really played a very defensive wicket. It was almost like she had different lines to take, and they were repeated in interviews. And I wonder now whether that's what I'm interested to see, like, how does she meet this moment? Does she do what Theresa May got quite tearful at the lecture. I remember she said serving the country was the greatest privilege of her life. A line actually used by Rishi Sunak about the party, serving the parliamentary party, the Conservative Party yesterday. Boris Johnson with his trademark humour and obviously no admission really of any responsibility of his role in his own downfall. And I wonder what Liz Truss will do. I genuinely don't know. Will she apologise? Will she have a mea culpa? What will she say about the parliamentary party?
Just looking now at pictures of King Charles. You can see him in the back of the car on the screens now. He is now on his way to Buckingham Palace, ready to meet with the outgoing Prime Minister Liz Truss, and shortly after that, the incoming Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. About 4 minutes until we expect Liz Truss to be on the street. It really can be a brutal game, can't it, politics, Beth? The fact that King Charles is going to be having his audience with Liz Truss and then so quickly after, on to the next.
Yeah, it's quite something, isn't it? I mean, this is the third Conservative Prime Minister in 3 years since 2019. We should only live this moment once every 5 years. We're in fact living it. Someone's coming out. There's a flurry of activity. That's Liz Truss's speech being put on the lectern. So they're just getting ready. Her speech is out now. So she should be out any minute now, expecting at 10:15. But yes, I mean, just in terms of the moment of this, 2 prime ministers in 3 months, it is quite astonishing that Boris Johnson was ousted and then Liz Truss was ousted 8 months later. She's been in office but 7 weeks. Rishi Sunak, who so bitterly lost out in July, warning Liz Truss actually throughout that contest that her economic plans would only worsen the economic outlook of the country. He was given short shrift. I remember Dominic Raab saying quite clearly, your policies are an electoral suicide note, is how he described it. The members of the party didn't believe them, but goodness me, how that played out in the ensuing weeks. And I think the question as well is that Liz Truss put together in terms of her cabinet a band of believers, and the question was really, did she have other voices around that table that counselled her for caution? She didn't take that counsel, and she got booted out very quickly.
And you were talking earlier as well about whether there'll be any acknowledgement or regret, responsibility taken, or an apology from Liz Truss, because it is, as you were saying, Beth, quite astonishing. They had an 80-seat majority that's now turned into a 36-point Labour lead in the polls. The Bank of England stepping in to take emergency action to stop a run on pensions after that budget, losing her Chancellor, U-turning on the budget. Do you think that there will be perhaps a glimmer of recognition of what's happened in the last few months, or do you think that she will be perhaps more likely to try and say what she was trying to do?
Well, I've actually just got a readout here of what she said in Cabinet today, so maybe that's a clue of some of the things she might say. I think she's coming out, she's probably coming out in a minute or so, but in Cabinet today she talked about in a short space of time what her government had achieved. She might talk about the energy bill again, talk about the NI cut, and she also talked about, she also thanked her team, her Deputy Prime Minister, thanking the team for delivering in a difficult time. She set out the priorities that she still cares about: high energy bills, cutting taxes, and putting in a plan for patience for the NHS. And she concluded this by saying her time in the role had been a huge privilege, and her successor will have the support as they now build on the important steps already taken by her cabinet to support the country. So perhaps from Liz Truss, a call from unity after she, like Boris Johnson was taken out of number 10. As Boris Johnson said, when the herd moves, it moves.
It does. It's astonishing as well, just looking at the cabinet readout that you've just given us. The second sentence saying that in the short term the government had been in place, they'd secured some significant achievements. The fact that she's the shortest serving Prime Minister in modern times, and yet she's talking about the significant achievements, perhaps someone who's trying to dig in and talk about, I guess, trying to talk up the Premiership as much as possible despite the circumstances they find themselves in.
Well, I think there are two achievements that she would point to. One was the energy support plan, which she talked about in her resignation speech, and the second was cutting national insurance. That was a rise introduced by Rishi Sunak to fund the health service and social care. It was deeply unpopular with many Conservative MPs because it broke the manifesto pledges and they didn't like it, and I think that hurt Rishi Sunak in the end, and it benefited Liz Truss that she said she was reversing it. So she has got two things that she would point to. Of course she's going to want to do that, just as Boris Johnson tried to point to his successes and gloss over some of the things that went wrong for him when he was Prime Minister. I think the question is really as well is whether Rishi Sunak now begins to reverse anything she did. Does he bring an NI rise back into place, or does he let that now lie? It was interesting yesterday that in his very short speech outside in Conservative campaign headquarters, he talked about sticking to the 2019 manifesto, because something else that Liz Truss did, and actually one of the things that undid her, that fracking vote, was Liz Truss trying to go on beyond that. She's come out. Let's listen in.
It has been a huge honour to be Prime Minister of this great country, in particular to lead the nation in mourning the death of Her late Majesty the Queen after 70 years of service, and welcoming the accession of His Majesty King Charles III. In just a short period, this government has acted urgently and decisively on the side of hard-working families and businesses. We reversed the national insurance increase. We helped millions of households with their energy bills and helped thousands of businesses avoid bankruptcy. We are taking back our energy independence, so we are never again beholden to global market fluctuations or malign foreign powers. From my time as Prime Minister, I am more convinced than ever that we need to be bold and confront the challenges that we face. As the Roman philosopher Seneca wrote, it's not because things are difficult that we do not dare, it's because we do not dare that they are difficult. We simply cannot afford to be a low-growth country where the government takes up an increasing share of our national wealth, and where there are huge divides between different parts of our country. We need to take advantage of our Brexit freedoms to do things differently. This means delivering more freedom for our own citizens and restoring power to democratic institutions. It means lower taxes so people can keep more of the money that they earn. And it means delivering growth that will lead to more job security, higher wages, and greater opportunities for our children and grandchildren. Democracies must be able to deliver for their own people. We must be able to outcompete autocratic regimes where power lies in the hands of a few. And now more than ever, we must support Ukraine in their brave fight against Putin's aggression. Ukraine must prevail, and we must continue to strengthen our nation's defences. That's what I have been striving to achieve, and I wish Rishi Sunak every success for the good of our country. I want to thank Hugh, Francis, Liberty, my family and friends, and all the team at Number 10 for their love, friendship and support. I also want to thank my protection team. I look forward to spending more time in my constituency and continuing to serve South West Norfolk from the backbenches. Our country continues to battle through a storm. But I believe in Britain. I believe in the British people, And I know that brighter days lie ahead. Thank you.
Liz Truss there, short speech. She now walks off to the waiting car with her husband, followed by her two daughters. And really a speech sticking to her message, focusing on growth, focusing on low tax, talking about it is because we do not dare to do things that things are difficult. She did say that she wishes that she see that
So Liz Truss, they're leaving. She had her daughters with her, Frances and Liberty, her two teenage daughters there with her husband Hugh. And she thanked her family and she thanked her team in Number 10 for all their love and support. And I think, what did we see from Liz Truss there? Well, really, it was a speech reiterating, I think, what her agenda for government was, what her political philosophy was, what that agenda was that she wasn't able to actually implement. I think there was a little bit more of who Liz Truss was as a politician and wanted to be. She spoke about a Roman philosopher saying that they wrote, not because things are difficult we do not dare, it's because we do not dare that they are difficult. And in a way, that was the philosophy, wasn't it, of her leadership. I remember when Liz Truss first came into Number 10 and I was phoning around lots of her aides and allies and politicians ahead of her taking up the reins at Number 10. They said, expect shock and awe. Liz Truss is going to come in. She thinks the economy is stagnating because of Treasury orthodoxy. She's going to be radical. She's going to do things differently. And she's going to try and get that target of 2.5% growth. And there she was really reiterating that philosophy that you have to take difficult decisions. She said, lower taxes. I want that to keep people with more money. And some of her cabinet, actually the whole cabinet, are now coming out, a group of them. Jeremy Hunt there, we expect him to remain as Chancellor. James Heappey just walking down the street. Kemi Badenoch, who we also think could be in. The cabinet have just come out. I think later today, Sophie, we're going to get more of the cabinet arrivals back in the new cabinet for Sunak.
And it'll be interesting to see that as well, won't it? Beth, just reflecting on the Liz Truss speech, you know, she was really sticking to her message, wasn't she, on growth, on lower taxes, saying that she acted urgently and decisively. I just wonder, people listening, you know, at a time when we're seeing rocketing mortgage bills, she resigned after 45 days, she was forced to junk her entire budget. Do you think that people might be surprised that there wasn't, I guess, more acknowledgement of the extraordinary premiership that she's had, rather than sticking to the message that she's always maintained?
I think there was an opportunity there for Liz Truss to do what she actually did on the media on the Monday after Jeremy Hunt junked her entire budget and said, I am sorry for the mistakes I made. You did not see that at the podium. There was no I am sorry if your life. Penny Mordaunt coming out, and also Wendy Morton there, the former chief. Well, she's actually still chief whip. I don't imagine she'll remain Rishi Sunak's chief whip. But anyway, yes, just going back to what she said, it was very Boris Johnson-esque in that way, but a different style to Liz Truss. But that doesn't surprise me, really. I was thinking about this last night, and really Rishi Sunak is a return to more politics as usual in terms of how a Prime Minister might conduct themselves. If you think about Boris Johnson, he was a populist, he had this popular appeal, he liked to break the rules, he, to his critics, showed scant regard for rules, and in the end that was his undoing. Liz Truss was ideological, really, in her pursuit of what she wanted to do, and quite a radical. Rishi Sunak is a different type of politician, so it doesn't surprise me that Liz Truss was quite like Boris Johnson in talking about her wins and glossing over her losses.
Thank you very much. We'll have more with Beth in a moment. Liz Truss now travelling to the final audience with the King. We can bring in our events commentator, Alistair Bruce. And Alistair, after the speech that we just had in Number 10, she is all the way quickly to go and see the King. What should she expect?
The
Prime Minister's coming in now to the quadrangle at Buckingham Palace, and for a moment of punctuation, the political story pauses while the constitutional one takes the centre of that national stage. Inside the quadrangle, the car will draw up outside the King's door, which is on the right of the palace as we look from above. And when it comes to a halt, the footman will open the door, and waiting for the Prime Minister will be the King's equerry, Lieutenant Colonel Johnny Thompson, and also the King's principal private secretary, Sir Clive Alderson. And it is, in essence, the end of her period as head of government. With her husband, and the chance, therefore, after the formal audience, for Hugh O'Leary and probably the two daughters to go in and spend time with the King. But inside the palace now, once the welcome has been done, the Prime Minister will be taken to where the King waits, and after the King gives instruction, the equerry will take the Prime Minister to the door, it will be opened, and the equerry will stand there, as we have seen on previous occasions, and say to the King, "The Prime Minister, Your Majesty." And then within the 1844 room, which is overlooking the garden at the back of Buckingham Palace, it will be the duty of the Prime Minister to inform the King formally that she no longer has the support of her party, that she is no longer the leader of the party, and consequently she can no longer continue as his Prime Minister. She will then give advice based upon what we all witnessed, that Rishi Sunak is now the leader, and that she believes, as Prime Minister, he would be the best person for the King to call as the next Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury. Now, of course, we know so much of this, but the constitutional formality here at Buckingham Palace is a reminder that the monarch is the head of state and Prime Ministers serve as head of government, not only at the King's pleasure, but at the pleasure of that point of holding the majority of opinion within the House of Commons. The King is, in essence, the executive of the nation, but always on the advice of the cabinet. And so once the formality has been done and the burden of responsibility is over, the King will then call in Hugh O'Leary and anybody else that the former Prime Minister has invited to come to, and the King will receive them. And in due course, Liz Truss will leave under her own direction to whatever plans she has. But the formality of the arrival of a Prime Minister here at Buckingham Palace is now done. And the moment the King is content and the process is done, the King will ask his principal private secretary, Sir Clive Alderson, to call Rishi Sunak to Buckingham Palace. And that process, of course, is all stood by and ready, but the function of it, again, reminds us that while leaders of the government come and go, the King holds the deep keel of the national constitution, and that process is taking place. Of course, for the King, he is taking leave now of the service of Queen Elizabeth II's last Prime Minister of 13 and of his first Prime Minister. And it's only a short period that the King has had the benefit of Liz Truss as his principal advisor. They've held a few audiences. And for the King, it was his constitutional right to be informed, to advise, and to warn. And that process, I'm sure, may have taken place. It is only for the future for us to find out what gentle advice may be was given by the King during this process. But for this particular moment, for Liz Truss, currently meeting the King and instructing His Majesty that she can no longer hold the position as his Prime Minister, offering resignation and also giving the name of Rishi Sunak to be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom for the King to call as the second Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury of his reign.
Thank you so much, Alistair. We'll have more from Alistair as the morning goes on. Liz Truss meeting King Charles for the very last time as Prime Minister. He will shortly have his audience with Rishi Sunak later on today. We'll bring you all of that and go back to Alistair Bruce as well. Meanwhile, here in Downing Street, I feel like people perhaps still digesting that speech from Liz Truss, the Prime Minister who resigned after just 45 days, forced to junk her entire budget, and yet seemingly doubling down on her economic plans, saying that they can't afford to be a low-growth country and even calling for lower taxes. Let's bring our political editor, Beth Rigby, back in, shall we? And really, in many ways, Beth, it feels, as she goes to meet King Charles for the very last time, outgoing Prime Minister digging in, saying, not really acknowledging that she got anything wrong, despite the circumstances.
Yeah, look, it was a speech. That speech was just over 3 minutes. So again, very short. I mean, double the amount of time that she spent talking about her resignation. But in it, if I was to sum it up succinctly, I would say it was a reiteration of her own agenda and political philosophy. There was no regret or apology for mistakes made that brought about economic chaos for many people that led to rising mortgage deals, rising inflation, worries over pension funds, forcing the Bank of England to step in with that 45 billion emergency package in order to stabilise some pension funds. There was no admission of some of the mistakes she made instead, and this was quite Johnsonian in terms of both the style, but also quoting a Roman philosopher, quoting him saying, I think it's Seneca, saying it's not because things are difficult that we do not dare, it's because we do not dare that they are difficult. And really, what is that summing up? It's summing up her belief that her policy strategy was correct, the execution was wrong. And that will be the legacy of Liz Truss, that the policy was wrong and it created turmoil, which basically kicked her out of number 10. And now she has left it to her successor, Rishi Sunak, to try to pick up the pieces.
She wishes him every success, and it does feel like he might need it given the economic outlook. Beth, thank you very much for your analysis. More from Beth as the morning goes on. Now we're joined by Sean Worth. We can go to our next guest, a former Downing Street advisor, former head of the Conservative Policy Unit, now director of the consultancy WPI Strategy. What did you make of that Liz Truss speech?
Well, I'm a Member of Parliament for South Suffolk, and I was Rishi's PPS when he was Chancellor Exchequer. The main comment I wanted to make was, I think, it's incredibly difficult to deliver a speech like that. She's had a very difficult and challenging period as Prime Minister, a very short period. But I think what she was saying is, these are my deeply held beliefs, I haven't changed them, and implying that she still has a future in public life, which of course she does. She will remain a Member of Parliament. She's a proud East Anglian MP like me. I represent a seat in Suffolk. She's in Norfolk, and I'm sure we will hear much more from her in the future. And it's to the future we now look. Of course, we're now transitioning to a new Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, and I think that you've underlined it. The crucial thing for him is to bring economic stability, to ensure that there is confidence in the country that we are restoring the fundamentals of sound economics.
Apologies for the wrong introduction. James Cartledge, of course, the Conservative MP for South Suffolk. Great to have you on the programme this morning. I feel like it's one of those days, very busy here at Downing Street for us. You're talking there about the Liz Truss speech. I just wonder how you think your constituents might view that speech. This is the woman who effectively crashed the economy. She had to junk her budget. She's become the shortest serving Prime Minister of modern times. and your constituents are paying for it in the form of higher mortgage rates as well. And yet she's coming there to say that the government acted urgently and decisively, that she was on the side of hard-working people, and reiterating the economic strategy that got us into the mess in the first place.
Well, so I would interpret it as she's saying, my beliefs haven't changed. Now, whether that means she's saying the execution was wrong, I think the point is a speech like that is very difficult. She is at the end of the day a human being who's had a very difficult period. Ultimately, has left after a short time in office, and I think, as I said, that she is saying, look, I still have a future in public life, and these are my core beliefs. But in terms of what I say to my constituents, and this is what matters to me, the businesses in my constituency, people with mortgages like you were just talking about, actually, there's some good news, which is that there is a glimmer of a sign that mortgage rates are starting to stabilise, if not even come down. Some rates have come out today that are lower. I was a mortgage broker before I became an MP, and it's really good to see that. Of course, the fact is interest rates overall are still on an upward path, and that's true around the world.
You use the promo code SR, S for Starr, R for Radio. This promo code will give you £5 free credit to send to Africa on your first transaction. Your money will be delivered to your recipient within seconds. Feel free to call me on 0749 7377 647 at any time. I'll be happy to tell you all about SendWave and help you in any way I can. Remember to use the promo code SR for £5 free credit. Vedasse.
Are you looking for the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy door-to-door shipment company? Well, look no further. When was the last time your family received a shipment back in Ghana on time and in time? You are not sure? Well, Lamb Shippers, we pride ourselves with being the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy shippers you can use. You are assured of a prompt pickup anywhere in the UK by our personnel. They also make sure your items are well packaged to get to its destination in time. When it comes to door-to-door shipment, look no further. Well, Lamb Shippers, contact us on 07939009321 or 07498911820. Or you can visit our website www.welllamp.co.uk. You can also drop us a mail, info@welllamp@gmail.com. Well Lamp Shippers, fast, reliable, and trustworthy.
Hi there. Are you dreaming of owning your own house in Ghana? Then you will need a well-documented piece of land that is free from troubles. I highly recommend My Africa Property for any size of land that you will need. With My Africa Property, lands are available in Pram, Sopoli, Tohenia, Ogome, Dodova, Winneba, and many other locations at affordable prices. These locations are about an hour away from the airport, only 35 minutes from the motorway, 10 minutes drive from Central University College, 10 minutes drive to the beach, and close to Pram Senior High School and Ghana Men's Soccer Center of Excellence. For more details, visit our website www.myafricaproperty.com or call our UK office on 0208 123 2523. For our US and Canada offices, call us on +1 585 184 994145. You can also email us at ghana@myafricaproperty.com.
Getting onto the property ladder has never been easy until now. Join us this and every Thursday from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. live on the Property Hour show on Starr Radio UK, where we talk to mortgage brokers, property developers, estate agents, landlord, tenant, property consultants on how to invest or get into the property business and make money. You can't afford to miss this. The Property Hour show is your best source into the property industry.
And the morning show.
This is Starr Radio. This is
UK.
Starr Radio
UK.
This is Starr Radio
UK.
Welcome. Broadcasting worldwide, online 24/7.
Enlighten your day with Star Radio. Star Radio. Radio for the people, by the people.
All right, good morning, and welcome to Star Radio UK Morning Show. Today's a special edition of the morning show. My name is Frank Davids. Time check is exactly 44 minutes past the hour of 10. We're going to do a bit of changes to our usual program. We're following closely what is happening at Buckingham Palace as we speak now. Today we're having our new Prime Minister. We're having our new Prime Minister, so we're going to be following those events closely. On your shots, we know our Prime Minister, who is the outgoing Prime Minister, Liz Truss, is actually at Buckingham Palace, handing over her resignation letter officially to the Queen, to the King. Oh, sorry, to the King. After which, she will then leave. The current or the incoming Prime Minister, Sunak, will then move to the palace to go and hand over, or probably officially inform the King that he is the one taking over. Liz Truss, by tradition, will then will first introduce, or will tell the King that she was not able to fulfill the assignment. She couldn't govern again. She couldn't command the support of the House, and therefore has resigned. And that will be followed by Rishi Sunak, who would have been recommended by the outgoing Prime Minister to the King. As a way of formality, he will then move on to the palace and then be charged with the responsibility of running the government on behalf of the King. So those are some of the things that are going to be happening today, and we're going to be following it closely. If you're new to Star Radio, we start off every morning from 7. We'll bring you news from our global partners, and then at exactly 10 o'clock we jump in and we jump on. We'll be looking at a lot of details from Nigeria this morning. Olayomi will join us at exactly 11 o'clock. And we'll look at the developments across the globe, and especially coming from Nigeria. So welcome once again. Let me say good morning to Dr. Morton. Dr. Morton, I say special good morning to you. Let me say good morning to Archie. Good morning to Archie. Good morning to Felix, all the way in Aberdeen. Brother Felix, good morning to you all the way in Aberdeen. Bosma, all the way in Ghana, as a special good morning to you. Special good morning to you as well. All of a sudden, someone say all a sudden, those of you who are listening to us, welcome to Star Radio UK Morning Show Special Edition. Today we are going to be in touch, or we are going to be hooked on to whatever is happening at the Buckingham Palace, and we're going to be following closely. We know speeches are going to be delivered, especially from the incoming Prime Minister. We'll bring that to you live. As soon as we get it. But here we're going to start with our morning show with our transport update, and that's going to be very swift. After which we will move to our headlines. But before even we bring you the transport update on the weather front, we're going to be having a kind of a mad weather. This afternoon, eastern areas will remain largely dry and sunny, with just the odd isolated showers, patchy cloud across the west, heavy and persistent rain moving in from the southeast as well. Tonight, spells of locally heavy rains will push towards across western and northern part of the UK to the southeast. It will remain generally dry although it will become mostly cloudy. That's what is going to be happening. That's what is going to be happening today. That's what is going to be happening today. In terms of temperatures, again, we're going to be remaining in double digits. We're going to be remaining in double digits. Let's move quickly and fast.
Those unfunded tax cuts.
On starting from London Underground, all underground services are running as they should. Good services across all the networks. We shouldn't have a problem with that. Let's look at what is happening with our traffic congestion, if there is any. We do not have much to report on the congestion. When it comes to the buses, not much to report apart from the usual road works. When it comes to our routes, again, we do have a bit of closures on A10, A4, Hammersmith area. We do have a few closures over there, but please check before you leave. Check before you leave. Again, the traffic side, we do have closures on A10 as well for those of you in London. And then North Circular, we do have a bit of closure. South Circular, we do have a bit of closures as well. Let's just move straight to the river. The river transport service, Woolwich services, we have Woolwich Ferry, we do have one boat service, and therefore you should expect a bit of delay over there. Apart from that, city cruises, RB1, RB2, RB6, all the rest are working. On the cable, IFS cloud cable car, we do have good service over there. And then finally on the national rail, let's see what is happening over there. On the national rail, again, we do have a bit of disruption that is caused by industrial updates and a bit of shortage of staff as well. So we'll urge you to check before you move. You check before you move. So on your screens, we still are following the developments across the UK. We know we have our new Prime Minister today. We'll bring you every bit of it as and when we get information, and we're going to pause the program if need be, cross over to Westminster to check out the speeches as they come. Let's go for a quick music break, and when we return we will proceed with our morning show, looking at the headlines started from the UK, the Nigeria. We're hoping to get Olayomi on board. Yesterday we had a technical problem and therefore we could not do that. Now let's go for this is one of my favorite tunes, the Hallelujah Train, as a way of starting our day. We'll be right back.
Oh, I thought it was okay. I think it's embarrassing to
people, the train is about to leave the station. All aboard! I'm riding with Jesus on the Hallelujah train. Oh, the devil can't stop me. No, no, for I am heaven bound. Though the road may be rocky, oh, many trials gone through. Oh Lord, I'm riding with Jesus, yes, on the Hallelujah train. This train I'm riding is bound for glory. This train I'm riding carry the pure and the holy. Say I'm riding with Jesus on the Hallelujah train. This train is bound for glory, yes, and it's a Hallelujah train. Oh Lord, we'll tell the glad story, oh, of how we overcame. The angels' wings folded, oh, as we gather round the throne. Oh Lord, yes, I'm riding with Jesus, good Lord, on the Hallelujah train. This train I'm riding is bound for glory. This train I'm riding on the hallelujah train. I'm riding with Jesus, yes, on the hallelujah train. Oh Lord, yeah. I'm riding, the devil can't stop me. Oh no, for I am heaven bound. My Lord, though the road may be rocky, oh yes, and many trials gone through. Oh yes, I'm riding with Jesus. Glory to God on the hallelujah train. This train I'm riding is bound for glory. This train I'm riding carry the pure and the holy. Say I'm riding, 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 riding with Jesus on the hallelujah train. Come on, get on board. I'm riding, 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 riding with Jesus on the hallelujah train. This train is about to leave the station. I'm riding, 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 riding with Jesus on the hallelujah train. This is the last train.
Hi guys, this is your friend Uruj from SendWave. SendWave is a money transfer app that is used by people all over the world to send money to their loved ones in Africa. With SendWave, you can send money to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And the best part is, SendWave is absolutely commission free. Our exchange rates are excellent. You can see for yourself by checking them out on our website. So how do you use SendWave? SendWave is an app that you can download onto your phone from the App Store or Google Play Store. The app is free to download. After downloading it, just open the app and enter your name, email, and phone number. That's it. You're good to go. Make sure you use the promo code SR. S for Star, R for Radio. This promo code will give you £5 free credit to send to Africa on your first transaction. Your money will be delivered to your recipient within seconds. Feel free to call me on 0749 7377 647 at any time. I'll be happy to tell you all about SendWave and help you in any way I can. Remember to use the promo code SR for £5 free credit. Medasse.
Are you looking for the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy door-to-door shipment company? Well, look no further. When was the last time your family received a shipment back in Ghana on time and in time? You are not sure? Well, Lamb Shippers, we pride ourselves with being the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy shippers you can use. You are assured of a prompt pickup anywhere in the UK by our personnel. They also make sure your items are well packaged to get to its destination in time. When it comes to door-to-door shipment, look no further. Well, Lamb Shippers, contact us on 07939009321 or 07498911820. Or you can visit our website www.welllamp.co.uk. You can also drop us a mail, info@welllamp@gmail.com. Well Lamp Shippers, fast, reliable, and trustworthy.
Hi there. Are you dreaming of owning your own house in Ghana? Then you will need a well-documented piece of land that is free from troubles. I highly recommend My Africa Property for any size of land that you will need. With My Africa Property, lands are available in Pram, Sopoli, Tohenia, Ogome, Dodova, Winneba, and many other locations at affordable prices. These locations are about an hour away from the airport, only 35 minutes from the motorway, 10 minutes drive from Central University College, 10 minutes drive to the beach, and close to Pram Senior High School and Ghana Men's Soccer Center of Excellence. For more details, visit our website www.myafricaproperty.com or call our UK office on 0208 123 2523. For our US and Canada offices, call us on +1 585 184 994145. You can also email us at ghana@myafricaproperty.com.
Getting onto the property ladder has never been easy until now. Join us this and every Thursday from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. live on the Property Hour Show on Star Radio UK, where we talk to mortgage brokers, property developers, estate agents, landlord, tenant, property consultants on how to invest or get into the property business and make money. You can't afford to miss this. The Property Hour Show is your best source into the property industry.
Right, welcome back to Star Radio morning show with myself, Frank Davis. This morning we're going to be very, very busy. The program is going to take the unusual turn because we do have a very special program, an event that is going on. We welcome him back to Downing Street. He used to be number 11, but he's now come to number 10 to Downing Street. The new Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, the first Asian Prime Minister and the youngest Prime Minister in our modern days. 42 years old, he became. He actually became a PM, basically a parliamentary member or member of parliament, MP, at the age of 35, and within 7 years, the gates of this power has opened up to him to where he's risen like what do I call it, rocket throughout the ranks, from becoming 2015 becoming a new elected MP to where today we're going to be choosing not elected, choosing Prime Minister, because the country did not vote. The people did not decide whether he should be the Prime Minister or not. But the way the party works over here, the way the constitution works over here, the party in power, they got a 5-year term, and within that 5 years, because a parliamentary democracy, within that 5 years, they can decide to do a lot, which is what they are doing. As to whether it's going to be beneficial to the country, as whether it's going to be beneficial to you and I, who are the receiving end of all the policies that are going to be taking place, without we're yet to know. But hey, that is what is happening. That is what is happening. But nevertheless, let's go straight to some headlines that are making news in Africa, and then we'll come back to focus on what is happening. What is happening in the UK right here. 11 killed in fire at Uganda school for the blind, according to the police. That is why we're hearing 11 people are reported dead. Guinea, politicians prosecuted after ban anti-government demonstration. So that is what we have been told, that people who demonstrated, some of them are being prosecuted in Guinea. That is what is happening in Guinea. Let's go to other impact of rising inflation on workers across the globe. That is again one news item that we're going to be looking at pretty shortly. We're going to be looking at what is happening across the globe. Again, Chadian leader slams recent protest citing foreign meddling. We will touch on that a little bit. That's coming from Africa. We'll touch on that a little bit. Ebola cases rise in Uganda capital Kampala. That is scary. An international forum on peace and security in Africa opens in Dakar. Death of Pakistani journalists in Kenya sparks protest. We reported yesterday about the death of a Pakistani journalist who was shot by the security. We understand now that event has basically sparked a lot of protests across the country. Now let's go to Nigeria and say what is happening. Time checks is exactly 2 minutes past the hour of 11. Let's see what is happening in Nigeria, as well as some headlines that are coming in from Nigeria. Let's go to that. Imo, with Nigeria will break if Tinubu wins. APC government prints money daily. That is what Obaseki is saying. Buhari orders Water Resources Minister to produce master plan against floods within 90 days. Within 90 days. That is what's the knee-jerk reaction is happening. A lot of people are dying. We are now basically knee-jerk reactions are coming. Produce plan. Are you getting resources for that? Anyway, let's. Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki has advised Nigeria against supporting his former political party, All Progressive People Party, in 2023. The governor warned that the country would break if APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu succeeds President Buhari. That is what we're hearing. Now, the central bank governor, that the CMB Godwin Emefiele, has said the United Arab Emirates is threatening visa ban due to the funds of airlines trapped in Nigeria. He told House of Representatives leadership that the Apex Bank released 110 million to the foreign airlines in August and is due to release another 120 million on the 31st of
to be Prime Minister
on 31st of October, which is in a few days time. But the question is, I mean, Nigeria is not the only country that has been banned. Ghana has been banned, Uganda has been banned. Almost 20 African countries have been banned. What is causing the problem? For those of you who are watching, earlier on you heard Liz Truss who spoke. Let's go and listen to what for those of you who might have missed it, let's just listen to Liz Truss, what she had to say earlier on, and then we'll be right back. We'll stay on the screen and we'll be right back pretty shortly. Earlier on, she issued a statement and resigned. Let's hear exactly what she had to say.
Fluctuations on the line. I am more convinced than ever that we need to be bold and confront the challenges that we face. As the Roman philosopher Seneca wrote, it's not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It's because we do not dare that they are difficult. We simply cannot afford to be a low-growth country where the government takes up an increasing share of our national wealth and where there are huge divides between different parts of our country. We need to take advantage of our Brexit freedoms to do things differently. This means delivering more freedom for our own citizens and restoring power to democratic institutions. It means lower taxes so people can keep more of the money that they earn. And it means delivering growth that will lead to more job security, higher wages.
That is the live shot that you can see there of Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak expected to leave Downing Street shortly and to travel to Buckingham Palace. We can bring Beth Wrigley in. We are poised on that shot to wait and see the next Prime Minister. It really is kind of like a roller coaster morning, isn't it? Liz Truss formally tending her resignation to King Charles. He's accepted it. Currently, there's no Prime Minister.
Well, Rishi Sunak's about to become the Prime Minister. He's just about to have his audience with the Queen. And for him, this really is, I was writing about it last night, it feels like something out of the West Wing, doesn't it? The drama, the plot twists, the infighting. I mean, you couldn't make it up in terms of art imitating life, if you like, or life rather imitating art. This guy was basically down and out. You know, he'd blown it, if you like. He tried to run as Prime Minister. People always say you only really get one shot, you only get one chance to either win the members over or you don't. He's 42 years old, 7 years in Parliament, and he must have thought at the end of August into September, well, my political career is over, what do I do next? And now here we are. I can barely believe it's 7 weeks later, and he is about to become the Prime Minister. And actually, I think that perhaps...
Right, so in your shots, we're still following the events. We're still following the events as you heard earlier on the in the audio. The Prime Minister to be, will actually, he's on the way now to meet the King. He's going to meet the King, to have audience with the King, and then to have audience with the King, and he will return to Downing Street. We expect about in the next 20 minutes where he will deliver a speech. So that is a transition taking place now. That's a transition taking place now as we speak. This period, we do not have a Prime Minister. So if you ask me now, who is the current Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? None. There's none. We just had one leaving after handing over her resignation letter to the King, and she's gone. I mean, done. She's gone. We have the new one that is actually on his way now to have audience with the King. So there's political vacuum, that leadership vacuum that has now been created. But you know what? The King is still in charge. The King is still in charge. A beautiful, moment. A beautiful moment. Swift transition of power. Whether you like it or not, he's now in the next 10 minutes. He'll be the Prime Minister of United Kingdom. Time check from our studios, exactly 9 minutes past 11. 9 minutes past 11. We're still expecting Olayomi to join us somewhere within that, but we'll keep on following the event. We're going to focus more on what is happening in the UK. What is happening in the UK? Now let's go to Nigeria to look at some of the headlines. The court, Professor Paul Ananaba Sana has faulted state governors over the inability of a National Assembly to progress with the intended constitutional amendment. He said the lack of independence of the state legislature is the real cause of the snag in the constitutional amendment process. The Court of Appeal in Abuja on Monday reserved judgment in an application by the federal government seeking a stay of execution of its judgment that ordered the release of the Biafra Nation agitator Nnamdi Kanu. Justice Haruna Chanami, who presided over the hearing of the application, announced that a date of delivery of judgment will be communicated to the parties when ready. The federal government told the court that Kanu is a huge threat to national security and must be kept in detention to have relative peace. That is something that a lot of people will shake their heads about. Well, is it because he is just leading a group of people who want to agitate? We know there have been leaders before. I mean, he will come and go, others will come. The problem is not with Kanu. The problem, in my view, is about what the people want and how Nigeria is structured at present. Can something be done to alter the structure? Yes, a lot can be done. And if you do that restructuring, are we going to see agitation going down? Yes, the indications are that yes, it will go down. So picking on Kanu alone is not the issue. I don't know why the government position is that let's try either kill the leaders of some of these agitations or basically incarcerate them, because we saw what nearly happened to the leader of the Yoruba Nation movement, Chief Igboho, when he was nearly murdered by the security officers, security apparatus, whatever you call them. But what they tried doing was to commit murder. We know a few people died over there, including animals died over there, but he himself survived. 2 persons have been confirmed dead as gridlock extends to Beja area after diesel-laden tanker crashed and exploded at Kara Bridge along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, Ogun State. The driver lost control while having inward Ogun State. Talking about accident, one has just a very serious accident has just happened in front of our major building. I wish I could bring the images to you, but as we speak, the tow truck is trying to move it away. We couldn't get out of our car park. It's a serious accident that has just happened. We pray for the driver who nearly lost it, but for the onlookers who rushed quickly to help him out. The paramedics were very swift to the scene. There's a police station, just a minute away from, not even a minute away from us. So they also rushed to the scene, and that has calmed the area down. As we speak, the roads are blocked right in front of our doorsteps. To the road, to the main road. The roads are blocked now. The police have cordoned off that place. They are towing the car out. Once the car is gone, some of us will then be able to go home, should we wish. In fact, when I saw the scene, I initially thought it has damaged Apostle Bruce's car, because that metal gate, Apostle Bruce, if you're listening to us, actually, if you listen to the metal gate that leads to our compound, our car park, one of the what they call the pillars over there completely gone. So I thought Apostle's car was damaged. I rushed down to go and see it. Thank God Apostle's car is safe, and luckily enough for me, exactly where I wanted to park. If I had parked over there, my car would have been gone. The impact was very, very, very strong. The guy was over speeding on that road anyway. The police have been here. They've even come to examine our CCTV. But I do hope the most important thing that the guy survived. He's been taken by ambulance to hospital. We pray for his quick recovery. That's what we can say. But the car is completely gone. If two persons, now a former Minister of Petroleum Resources, Mrs. Diazani, listen, Maduka has made a final fortitude of 2 Abuja properties and 2 luxury cars to the federal government. Justice Mobulaji of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday ordered the forfeiture. Ordered the forfeiture. The 2 properties are located at plot 1854 Mohammed Mahasha Street and number 6 also drive in Abuja Highway, okay, respectively, and valued at, jeez, that's a lot of money. I don't want to mention this figure, but all the same, I have to. Guess how much the 2 properties are worth? 380 million Nigerian naira, or if you want to call it in dollars, it's almost 2.7. That's 2.67 million dollars. That's the worth. That's how they are valued, those 2 properties. She has been ordered. You lose use of them. They've been taken over by the state, and I hope they will be auctioned, and then the proceeds will be used to replace or to replenish the coffers from where she actually looted from. The governor of Rivers State, Wike, on Monday officially removed the picture of the presidential candidate of People Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, from the state's campaign poster. The governor alleged that Atiku wants to saddle him in his own state by picking members of the presidential council without a contribution of the governor. Wike said he will only campaign for people who have asked him to do so. This Nigeria issue is becoming a bit of a problem. If this is the first time you're joining us, this is Starr Radio. We can see, for those of you who are following us on YouTube, we know the stage is being prepared, the cameras, the microphones are being prepared. Sunak is about to leave. Danish is about to leave what I call it, the palace. We know within the next 10 minutes he should arrive at Downing Street, where he will address us for the first time as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. We know we've heard of him several when he was once campaigning. Again, we've heard about when he was in charge of number 11, which is the Treasury, reading the budgets and other stuff. During coronavirus time, you also saw him a lot on those briefings that were coming in, updating us about what government is doing to protect a lot of people. And for those of you who might have benefited from coronavirus, bounce back loans and all those things, he was in charge of that. So we're waiting for his arrival, imminent arrival at Downing Street, where he will be actually addressing the nation, setting out his vision. And I think he's got a lot of credibility now, partly because during the debate that led to the former Prime Minister, now former Prime Minister Truss becoming, those hustlings and those debates, Sunak was very critical about some of the pronouncements that were coming from his opponent. Clearly, he was talking about the kind of tax plans that Truss want to unleash on Britain, and rightly said, look, if you do that as a country, we're going to crash. The markets will not take that. And that prediction happens to be right. Truss is not listening, went ahead. In fact, she won the election, went ahead and announced what today we can call, somehow say the bonkers, what they call it, mini budget. And that actually resulted in a lot of unease movements in the market. Some of us are paying more. If you have a variable rate credit card, you would have noticed that within the last month your bill might have gone up. As to whether they're going to go back down, we do not know. Or a mortgage, some mortgage were suspended. Over 800 products on the market were suspended, partly chiefly because of that budget statement. So that credit goes to him. We saw over 200 MPs coming to his corner saying, you know what, this is a man we think will be able to stabilize the economy as we speak now. But for now, he's in charge. The question is he going to be able to do it? He's indicated that Hunt, who actually also tried being the Prime Minister before, will actually stay on as a Chancellor. So we know that, at least we know the first appointment. The lady Maddox, who actually also stepped down after Boris said, no, I wasn't going to go. She managed 90 plus, but not up to 100. Last minute, 5 minutes to time, she came in saying, look, you know what, I think I'm supporting Sunak. Where is she going to be placed? Those are some of the things that we're going to be watching closely as the day unfolds. We know appointments are going to make. The team that he assembles will be very crucial in determining how the party moves, because if we do not have a united party, if we do not have a united Conservative Party, we're not going to go anywhere. We're not going to go anywhere. The first address that Rishi Sunak had, or the first meeting speaking to his party members, he told them, look, it's either we unite, stabilize the party and govern, or we should consider ourselves dead. By which it means the party will go into opposition and the party will stay in opposition for a long period of time. But the opposition party has said, no, this is not what we wanted. At least you've messed up enough. Can we allow the nation to decide whether they want a Conservative Party or not? Rishi Sunak has actually indicated that no, there's not going to be any early election, because he knows if you go for election now, there will be amalgam, I call it, for the Conservatives. So they're going to try and stay on for the next 2 years, try to see if they can stabilize the economy, try to see if they can improve what they call it, the economic situation. If that happens, then they will be able to go to the nation and say, look, in the difficult times, I came on, and I basically turned the situation out. Give me more of 5 years to do more. I hope it's not Akufo-Addo who say 4 more for to do more, and we know 4 more is now a disaster. The final story from Nigeria, time checks 22 minutes past at the hour of 11, from after which we go for a quick music break. President Muhammad Buhari has given the Minister of Water, yeah, we've taken that already, but let's go into details. President Buhari has given the Minister of Water Resources 90 days to develop a comprehensive plan of action for the prevention of floods. Flood disaster in Nigeria. The president directive was conveyed to the minister in a letter signed by the Chief of Staff Ibrahim Gambira. Buhari ordered the minister to coordinate the ministries of environment and transport as well as state governments to develop a plan. So hey, that's the last story that we take from Nigeria. Laimi has not been able to join us, but let's go for a quick commercial break, and we're going to be following the developments. And we'll keep you updated. Let's go for a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Hi guys, this is your friend Uruj from SendWave. SendWave is a money transfer app that is used by people all over the world to send money to their loved ones in Africa. With SendWave, you can send money to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And the best part is, SendWave is absolutely commission free. Our exchange rates are excellent. You can see for yourself by checking them out on our website. So how do you use SendWave? SendWave is an app that you can download onto your phone from the App Store or Google Play Store. The app is free to download. After downloading it, just open the app and enter your name, email, and phone number. That's it. You're good to go. Make sure you use the promo code SR. S for Star, R for Radio. This promo code will give you £5 free credit to send to Africa on your first transaction. Your money will be delivered to your recipient within seconds. Feel free to call me on 0749 7377 647 at any time. I'll be happy to tell you all about SendWave and help you in any way I can. Remember to use the promo code SR for £5 free credit. Medasse.
Are you looking for the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy door-to-door shipment company? Well, look no further. When was the last time your family received a shipment back in Ghana on time and in time? You are not sure? Well, Lamb Shippers, we pride ourselves with being the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy shippers you can use. You are assured of a prompt pickup anywhere in the UK by our personnel. They also make sure your items are well packaged to get to its destination in time. When it comes to door-to-door shipment, look no further. Well, Lamb Shippers, contact us on 07939009321 or 07498911820. Or you can visit our website www.welllamp.co.uk. You can also drop us a mail, info@welllamp@gmail.com. Well Lamp Shippers, fast, reliable, and trustworthy.
Hi there. Are you dreaming of owning your own house in Ghana? Then you will need a well-documented piece of land that is free from troubles. I highly recommend My Africa Property for any size of land that you will need. With My Africa Property, lands are available in Pram, Sopoli, Tohenia, Ogome, Dodova, Winneba, and many other locations at affordable prices. These locations are about an hour away from the airport, only 35 minutes from the motorway, 10 minutes drive from Central University College, 10 minutes drive to the beach, and close to Pram Senior High School and Ghana Men's Soccer Center of Excellence. For more details, visit our website www.myafricaproperty.com or call our UK office on 0208 123 2523. For our US and Canada offices, call us on +1 585 184 994145. You can also email us at ghana@myafricaproperty.com.
Getting onto the property ladder has never been easy until now. Join us this and every Thursday from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. live on the Property Hour Show on Starr Radio UK, where we talk to mortgage brokers, property developers, estate agents, landlord, tenant, property consultants on how to invest or get into the property business and make money. You can't afford to miss this. The Property Hour Show is your best source into the property industry.
Right, welcome back to Star Radio Morning Show with myself, Frank Davis, sitting in for Archie Hammond. Like I told you, we're changing our program a bit, we're going to be following closely what is happening at Downing Street. We know Rishi Sunak has just visited
It's hard to get him
the king, has just visited the king, and pretty shortly he will be making his way. He will be making his way straight to Downing Street, where he will actually basically address the nation for the first time as the Prime Minister of United Kingdom. So we're going to follow that. We're going to be following that closely throughout the morning. So bear with us. There's going to be a bit of fluctuation. But this afternoon, do not forget, exactly 1:30, we're going to be having BB Means Business coming your way. BB Means Business comes your way every Tuesday at exactly 1:30. If I were you, I wouldn't miss it. At all. Let's get to some African countries with some headlines. Man arrested on Cape Town highway in possession of drugs worth 1 million rands. Bodies found in Stellenbosch quarry, that of missing couple, police confirm, and that's coming from South Africa. He is the one who appointed Ramaphosa as the head of presidency, says Zuma disingenuous. A parent's nightmare. Please with help after young couples go missing, and we understand now that they have been found. But this time not alive, but they've been found dead. Zimbabwe soldiers, police go hungry with some resorting to crime. Ministers say what is happening to the beautiful country in Zimbabwe. One of these days we're going to be talking to them. Former deputy president, part of AU Ethiopia Tigray peace talks. That's what we are told. We hope that there will be peace in that part. We hope that there will be peace in that part of Africa as well. There will be peace in that part of Africa as well. Now let's look at other headlines whilst we wait and we follow the development. The cameras are getting ready sooner to leave to leave Buckingham Palace in a minute. We'll follow that closely. But let's look at what is making the headlines and other news. We go straight to Europe. What is happening? What is happening to Ukraine? Yesterday we brought you news that Ukraine is accusing Russia of planning to detonate a dirty bomb. That is why they are rather accusing. Yesterday, throughout the day, we did have news that Russia defense minister was actually calling and basically telling all the Western powers that, look, we have evidence, whether you believe it or not. We expect that today they will be tabling that at the UN Security Council. They will be tabling that at UN Security Council. So we will follow that closely. Russia accused of sabotaging city's water supply. That is coming. That is also coming. Fresh footage stokes speculation over exit. We look at what is happening in China as well. But let's go to what is happening in Ukraine. What we're getting from Ukraine. The former 6 month homes in Ukraine's southern coastal city of Mykolaiv have been without clean drinking water. Military and the UN experts have told news that they believe Russian forces deliberately cut off the water supply in April. So that is what we're having. But in the recent weeks, Russia has further targeted Ukraine's power and water infrastructure. So that is what is coming. They are accusing Russia of not actually being kind enough. War. I don't know what we call it. Do not forget, on Sunday, by Monday this time, we should be able to tell you what is happening in Brazil as well. Because this Sunday, the runoff of election will actually take place. Let's look at that part of the Europe. What is happening in other part of Europe? UN to revisit Ukraine sites amid dirty bomb claim. That's what is happening. The murdered schoolgirl adopted by France far right. The ships are full of gas waiting off Europe's coast. I mean, this is what is happening since Russia invaded, or what they call special or military operation. We know gas has become a problem, and we understand. Not that we understand, we know the US is now making a lot of billions of dollars from export of gas to Europe. Norway is also coming in on board. We know Italy, for instance, approached Nigeria wanting to supply it with gas, but US is making a killing. US is making a lot of money from that. So we are told that ships are queuing, trying to discharge liquefied petroleum gas. So that is what is happening. Russia reinforcing occupied southern city. Ukraine has suggested some Russian units were leaving the Kherson, a city that fell a year ago, by reinforcing other places. Russia bans Ukrainian Kids TV presenter. So that is where we are. The Russian state TV suspends a famous presenter, and this, I don't know why he made that silly comment. A TV presenter in Russia who was advocating that, look, children should have been banned, Ukrainian children should have been banned. I think that was silly, and he's been rightly suspended. By the news or the Russia authority. I think that's a very good thing to do, because the comments were uncalled for. I mean, that was not necessary. Time check is exactly 34 minutes past the hour of 11. We're still waiting for that exit. From the Buckingham Palace. It's taking longer than usual. Probably the king is having more conversation. We do not know, but it's taking more than usually take. Normally it lasts about 10 minutes and then the person will exit. But we know the conditions as we have it in the country today are very difficult. So probably, and we know prior to him ascending to the throne to becoming the king, we know he actually takes interest a lot, speaking to prime ministers, speaking to ministers. He was advocate. If something is not going right, he says it openly, publicly, without any consideration. Without any consideration. So we know it's taking a bit of time, but we'll stick to it, and we want to hear him live when he comes on to address the nation. Run up defense of case and dirty bombs anyway. So that is happening in you. Let's go to Middle East and let's see what is happening, after which we'll rush to US, and by the time we come back from the United States of America and Canada, Sunak would have been. Militants kill a major Israel raid in West Bank. That is according to news that is coming. Iran protesters shot after removing poster. Huge rally again in Tehran. That's what we're hearing. Now let's take this news which is coming this morning. That's West Bank news. 5 Palestinians reportedly all gunmen have been killed in a major Israeli raid against militant group in the occupied hold on, let me break. For those of you who are watching us on live on the screen, you see the king and Sunak. Sunak is tall because the king is tall. I mean, you see images, pictures coming. So basically that meeting, those are the images that are coming from Buckingham Palace, and that shows that yes, formally that meeting has taken place. They've shook hands, and now our prime minister will be on his way to Downing Street, where he's expected to address the nation. So you see the two gentlemen, the king and the prime minister, who has now received the blessing of the king to go and try forming a government. Let's return back to our Palestinian story, and then we'll come back to Downing Street because we know in the next few minutes he should arrive at number 10 Downing Street. He used to be at number 11. Now he's taking charge of number 10. It's a story that it will follow. A lot of people have said, look, technocrats are normally some technocrats will naturally not become good leaders, because being a leader demand different skill sets. That we know was the case when it came to Gordon Brown. For those of you who follow UK politics, when it came to Gordon Brown and Tony Blair, the two powers closely fought the elections together. One, Tony Blair was a good leader, Gordon Brown was a very good technocrat, and to some of us still blame Gordon Brown for the difficulty that the austerity measures that the Conservative brought in, and for 12 years now we are seeing those austerity. The first election that he was supposed to go, I agree with Nick, and you remember Nick, who actually betrayed the youth of this country by going to a coalition, and actually the manifesto commitment that he actually gave, breaking that manifesto commitment. And that was what ushered David Cameron, who was a very smart, shrewd politician, I would say, and that resulted in what we now have going as a Conservative government. He resigned in 2015 after the referendum, which he backed the Remain campaign, and he lost. We lost that election. We, the Remainers, lost that election, and he resigned. Honorably, he resigned. Said, "Look, I am a Remainer. I don't see how I'm going to be able to lead a country in an exit environment," and therefore he resigned. And that brought in Theresa May. Theresa May, then we do now have. We then move from Theresa May to Boris Johnson to Liz Truss, and now we do have Sunak, who has just been given the power, the authority to go and try forming a government. That's what we're hoping for. We hope that it should be. So back to this Israel killing story. The group killed an Israel soldier in a shooting earlier this month. The Israel Defense Force had locked down Nablus for the past 2 weeks amid an intense search for the killer of the 21-year-old staff sergeant who was shot dead. There has been an intensification of violence between Israel and Palestinians in the West Bank in recent weeks, and an ongoing Israel operation to root out militants following a wave of deadly attacks against Israel earlier this year. The Lions Den group was formed following near deadly arrest raids by Israel forces targeting militants concentrated in the northern West Bank. It is believed to number a few dozens members, and has carried out attacks and attempted attacks around Nablus area and as far afield as Tel Aviv, according to Israel military. So basically, this is a new group, the Lions Den group, working closely with the those who the Palestinians, some section of them, and form kind of a hardened military group that, according to Israel, is terrorizing them. So 5 members of that group have been killed this morning by Israel Defense Forces in a special operation. U.S. charges alleged Chinese spies telecom case. Now let's see what is happening. At least 3 dead in St. Louis school shooting. We look at that. Chinese shares slide in U.S. as in start third term. We will look at that as well briefly. Now let's go straight to what is happening. 2 Chinese nationals have been charged with paying thousands of dollars in cash and jewelry to obstruct a federal investigation into a major telecommunications company. According to prosecutors, the 2 men attempted to recruit a U.S. law enforcement official as an intelligent asset to help interfere with the probe. The official, however, was working as a double agent for the FBI. 11 other Chinese citizens were also charged in 2 other spying cases. According to the charge document, the 2 men identified as Goshun, he and Zheng Wang attempted to cultivate a relationship with a U.S. law enforcement official and sought details of the investigation, including witnesses, evidence, and potential criminal charges. They also asked the official to secretly record trial strategy meetings. While the company was not named in the company or in the documents or by Attorney General, as a news yesterday, U.S. media has reported its China-based headquarters tech giant Huawei. We know Huawei had a problem with what they call it, the West. China was basically against it, but we saw the West taking a very strong stance against that company. In the UK over here, I use Huawei company phone. It's very difficult to get their products now from major shows, because do not forget, we're told that Google was not going to allow them again. Google was not going to allow them to use their platform. They moved quickly to basically develop their own app store where they host a lot of basically apps now. Right, so basically time check from our studio is exactly 44 minutes past the hour of 11. 44 minutes past the hour of 11. We await the arrival of the new Prime Minister to Downing Street, number 10 Downing Street, official government residence for Prime Ministers in the UK, and we expect him to address the nation pretty shortly. For those of us who are still watching us, you can see an image. Of the 2 gentlemen, the king on one side and Sunak on the other side. Let's go for a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Hi guys, this is your friend Uruj from SendWave. SendWave is a money transfer app that is used by people all over the world to send money to their loved ones in Africa. With SendWave, you can send money to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And the best part is, SendWave is absolutely commission free. Our exchange rates are excellent. You can see for yourself by checking them out on our website. So how do you use SendWave? SendWave is an app that you can download onto your phone from the App Store or Google Play Store. The app is free to download. After downloading it, just open the app and enter your name, email, and phone number. That's it. You're good to go. Make sure you use the promo code SR. S for Star, R for Radio. This promo code will give you £5 free credit to send to Africa on your first transaction. Your money will be delivered to your recipient within seconds. Feel free to call me on 0749 7377 647 at any time. I'll be happy to tell you all about SendWave and help you in any way I can. Remember to use the promo code SR for £5 free credit. Medasse.
Are you looking for the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy door-to-door shipment company? Well, look no further. When was the last time your family received a shipment back in Ghana on time and in time? You are not sure? Well, Lamb Shippers, we pride ourselves with being the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy shippers you can use. You are assured of prompt pickup anywhere in the UK by our personnel. They also make sure your items are well packaged to get to its destination in time. When it comes to door-to-door shipment, look no further. Well, Lamb Shippers, contact us on 07939009321 or 07498911820. Or you can visit our website www.welllamb.co.uk. You can also drop us a mail, info@welllamb@gmail.com. Well Lamb Shippers, fast, reliable, and trustworthy.
Hi there. Are you dreaming of owning your own house in Ghana? Then you will need a well-documented piece of land that is free from troubles. I highly recommend My Africa Property for any size of land that you will need. With My Africa Property, lands are available in Pram, Sopoli, Tohenia, Ogome, Dodoma, Winneba, and many other locations at affordable prices. These locations are about an hour away from the airport, only 35 minutes from the motorway, 10 minutes drive from Central University College, 10 minutes drive to the beach, and close to Pram Senior High School and Ghana Men's Soccer Center of Excellence. For more details, visit our website www.myafricaproperty.com or call our UK office on 0208 123 2523. For our US and Canada offices, call us on +1 585 184 994145. You can also email us at ghana@myafricaproperty.com.
Getting onto the property ladder has never been easy until now. Join us this and every Thursday from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. live on the Property Hour show on Star Radio UK, where we talk to mortgage brokers, property developers, estate agents, landlord, tenant, property consultants on how to invest or get into the property business and make money. You can't afford to miss this. The Property Hour show is your best source into the property industry.
Right, welcome back to Star Radio Morning Show, and on your screens at the moment, the Prime Minister has just entered his car. For those of you who are watching, he's just about leaving the Buckingham Palace now, and it should be about a short drive. We're going to stay with him. He's going to go straight to address the nation. So the new Prime Minister has just received his basically authority from the king. You saw him holding a document that basically signifies that power has now been handed over to him. Authority of the state has been handed over to him to go and try and form a government and rule or probably govern on behalf of the king. Now, interestingly, again, you see on our screens the range, what you see are Range Rovers, and these cars are manufactured in the UK. These are people who are rich. I bet it were Buhari that were going somewhere, the number of cars and a convoy that you see is an eyesore. One of these days, I'm going to be playing you a convoy of a poverty-stricken nation like Ghana, where the president moved. The other time I counted up to 47 vehicles in the convoy, and I asked myself, what is wrong? What is wrong with us? So on your shows at the moment, we do have what you call it, the Prime Minister heading. Let's cross over, take the audios from our partners. Let's go straight and listen to what they have to say.
To Downing Street, where he will take up residence as the new Prime Minister. And it's already, of course, been such a busy morning. Liz Truss speaking to King Charles earlier today already feels like ancient history. Now, of course, it was a turn of Rishi Sunak. Those images released by the palace of him shaking hands with King Charles, all smiles, as he was officially invited to form a government. And now, making his way, you can see there through London with the motorcade and his car behind, travelling to number 10, where really he faces an enormous in-tray for any Prime Minister. £40 billion black hole, we believe, in the public finances, inflation already so high, and of course a fractious and divided Conservative Party as well. As he makes his way, I do wonder what he's kind of thinking, in the back of that car, perhaps making the finishing touches to his speech that he'll be giving in number 10, Downing Street shortly. Speaking to the country after yesterday, he spoke to his party, and he's just turning down now, it looks like, onto Whitehall, just moments away from Downing Street. And Beth, we can, the gates of Downing Street now opening. You can see the policemen there waving in the car. So we really are just moments away now from seeing the new Prime Minister arriving. And just on cue, Larry the cat exiting the door of number 10. Incredible timing there from Larry. And here we are. The car now turning into Downing Street. You can see there are crowds of people heckling the new Prime Minister. Some things never change. And that car now pulling up into Downing Street. The gates are now closed. And we should get the first glimpse of Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister as he leaves the car. Chancellor, of course, under Boris Johnson, he resigned. Now, second time running, he won the Conservative leadership contest and is now the new Prime Minister.
Good morning. I've just been to Buckingham Palace and accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government in his name. It is only right to explain why I am standing here as your new Prime Minister. Right now, our country is facing a profound economic crisis. The aftermath of COVID still lingers. Putin's war in Ukraine has destabilized energy markets and supply chains the world over. I want to pay tribute to my predecessor, Liz Truss. She was not wrong to want to improve growth in this country. It is a noble aim. And I admired her restlessness to create change. But some mistakes were made. Not born of ill will or bad intentions. Quite the opposite, in fact. But mistakes nonetheless. And I have been elected as leader of my party and your Prime Minister, in part, to fix them. And that work begins immediately. I will place economic stability and confidence at the heart of this government's agenda. This will mean difficult decisions to come. But you saw me during COVID doing everything I could to protect people and businesses with schemes like furlough. There are always limits, more so now than ever. But I promise you this, I will bring that same compassion to the challenges we face today. The government I lead will not leave the next generation, your children and grandchildren, with a debt to settle that we were too weak to pay ourselves. I will unite our country, not with words, but with action. I will work day in and day out to deliver for you. This government will have integrity, professionalism, and accountability at every level. Trust is earned, and I will earn yours. I will always be grateful to Boris Johnson for his incredible achievements as Prime Minister, and I treasure his warmth and generosity of spirit. And I know he would agree that the mandate my party earned in 2019 is not the sole property of any one individual. It is a mandate that belongs to and unites all of us. And the heart of that mandate is our manifesto. I will deliver on its promise. A stronger NHS, better schools, safer streets, control of our borders, protecting our environment, supporting our armed forces, levelling up and building an economy that embraces the opportunities of Brexit, where businesses invest, innovate and create jobs. I understand how difficult this moment is. After the billions of pounds it cost us to combat COVID, after all the dislocation that caused, in the midst of a terrible war that must be seen successfully to its conclusions, I fully appreciate how hard things are. And I understand too that I have work to do to restore trust after all that has happened. All I can say is that I am not daunted. I know the high office I have accepted, and I hope to live up to its demands. But when the opportunity to serve comes along, you cannot question the moment, only your willingness. So I stand here before you, ready to lead our country into the future, to put your needs above politics, to reach out and build a government that represents the very best traditions of my party. Together, we can achieve incredible things. We will create a future worthy of the sacrifices so many have made, and fill tomorrow and every day thereafter with hope. Thank you.
Rishi Sunak? Can you unite the party, Prime Minister?
Rishi Sunak there, the new Prime Minister, posing for a few photos after making his speech on the steps of Downing Street. It was a speech directed at the public. I will work day in, day out for you. But he also had a few words to say about his predecessor, that Liz Truss had a noble aim to improve growth, but some mistakes were made. I've been elected to fix them. And you can hear the applause as he enters number 10 as Prime Minister. Beth.
That's his team inside, and you can hear them as he goes in. They all line up as you go in, and I'm sure we'll get pictures later of him being ushered in with the new team and a new start for number 10. Again, the second Prime Minister to have been appointed by the Conservative Party without an election, as many opposition politicians are pointing out, in a space of just 7 weeks. But look, what was that speech about? I think the first thing to say is he said what Liz Truss did not. The first thing he said was mistakes were made. It wasn't from ill will. I respect her restlessness to get things done, but mistakes were made, and I was partly elected to fix them, or appointed to fix them. So that was the first thing he said. He acknowledged to the public the mistakes, and he also acknowledged that he, as the new Prime Minister, had work to do to restore trust of the British people. So I think that was the first key point, acknowledging what Liz Truss wouldn't, laying it straight with the British people as well. He then, the second sort of section of that speech was what is my agenda? And he was absolutely crystal clear about that. It was about putting, in his words, economic stability and confidence at the heart of this government's agenda. So there he was saying, I understand the economic turmoil we have created or helped create by these bad decisions, these mistakes. I will try and put it right. But then there was some levelling with the public as well. He said that will mean that difficult decisions have to come, and that, of course, is a nod to that all-important fiscal statement, the tax and spend policies. He then, and I think this was an attempt to distance from Boris Johnson and Liz Truss and the chaos that both of them in different ways brought upon Downing Street and Parliament. He spoke about uniting with words, not with actions, not words. He also spoke, and this was critical, I thought, in terms of him trying to put clear blue water between himself and predecessors, about integrity, professionalism, and I can't remember the third one actually, but integrity and professionalism. And he said that he's going to get on with the job, and that is integrity, accountability and professionalism are the three watchwords of his government. Then there was stuff about unification, because he talked about Liz Truss in quite warm terms before he criticised her, saying, I admired her restlessness, I appreciated what she was trying to do. He then went on to talk about Boris Johnson. He said he was grateful to him for his incredible achievements, and his warmth and generosity of spirit was something people treasured.
Just to mark that we're now at 12 o'clock. We are here in Downing Street. I'm with Beth Rigby, and we are digesting the Rishi Sunak statement. Beth.
Yeah, as I was saying, so he was talking about Boris Johnson. He, in praising Boris Johnson is an attempt to put an olive branch out, really, I think, to those who were Johnsonites that are very unhappy about a Rishi Sunak government. And then in terms of the party and trying to unite the party, he talked about the manifesto, saying that that was the mandate on which he would now run the government. There was no new agenda for Rishi Sunak beyond that reiteration of committing to trying to get back to a position of economic stability. It was rather about delivering on the manifesto. And then the final element of what I think was a very well-constructed speech, actually, was Rishi the man, if you like, Rishi Sunak the man. And this is where, as I was saying earlier, this idea of public service came to the fore. He said, again, I want to restore trust after all that's happened. He said, I'm not daunted. I appreciate how hard things are, a message to the public, like he understands the difficulties people are having. He said, when the opportunity to serve comes, you cannot question the moment. He said, I stand ready, and I thought this was a really key line, to put your needs above politics. And what is that? That's a nod to the fact he understands, as does the Parliamentary Party, that the public are sick and tired of these endless Tory wars that have brought down 2 prime ministers in 3 months and brought all this political and economic turbulence. And there.
Welcome to Gabby Dave Global. We are a UK-based online e-commerce store, the first of its kind with license to trade in African products. Some of the products are clothing brands and all beauty accessories, hair and beauty brands, natural aphrodisiacs, processed and dried unprocessed food. Our mission at Gabby Dave is to connect African and Caribbean businesses to customers globally. At Gabby Dave, we ensure our sellers get the best deal for their products. We are not just here to help you reach a wider audience. We are also a distribution center to support business growth by fulfilling orders to your customers from our warehouse, making sure customers receive their products on time. We are inviting all Black-owned businesses to trade on our platform because we strongly believe Africans have a unique brand the customer would appreciate globally. So get in touch today and let us make your product and business go far. Here are some of the benefits of using Gabby Dave Global. User-friendly platform, track your shipment, online support, transparent process, multiple SKUs, multiple products, a platform that encourages manufacturers as well as traders. Our marketing and PR interventions amplifies yours. Organized products and categories for easy access and navigation. Access to global community, especially within UK and Europe. Welcome to Gabby Dave Global. We are a UK-based online e-commerce store, the first of its kind with license to trade in African products. Some of the products are clothing brands and all beauty accessories, hair and beauty brands, natural aphrodisiacs, processed and dried unprocessed food. Our mission at Gabby Dave is to connect African and Caribbean businesses to customers globally. At Gabby Dave, we ensure our sellers get the best deal for their products. We are not just here to help you reach a wider audience. We are also a distribution center to support business growth by fulfilling orders to your customers from our warehouse, making sure customers receive their products on time. We are inviting all Black-owned businesses to trade on our platform because we strongly believe Africans have a unique brand the customer would appreciate globally. So get in touch today and let us make your product and business go far. Here are some of the benefits of using Gabby Dave Global. User-friendly platform, track your shipment, online support, transparent process, multiple SKUs, multiple products, a platform that encourages manufacturers as well as traders. Our marketing and PR interventions amplifies yours. Organized products and categories for easy access and navigation. Access to global community, especially within UK and Europe.
Right, welcome back to Star Radio Morning Show with myself, Frank Davis. Time check is 30 minutes by the hour of 12. Big news coming from Ghana. Breaking news coming from Ghana. Unprecedented. Before we do that, let me tell you, I mean, this is unprecedented. I do not know whether the events we are having in the UK has had or is having a mirror impact on what is happening in Ghana. Last week, you heard myself and Archie in the studio were discussing about the meeting that went on in Washington, IMF. We didn't know that Kwesi Kwarteng, who was by then the minister in charge of the treasury over here, actually met up with Ken Ofori-Atta, the Ghana minister in charge of finance. Those images came in when Kwesi Kwarteng was called in and was asked to resign or be fired. There were calls that went round that why is Akufo-Addo keeping what do you call it, Ken Ofori-Atta at post? Why is he keeping Ken Ofori-Atta at post? He must go. The majority said no. Akufo-Addo himself said no. This is a brilliant man who has actually, helped the economy to grow in 2007 and 2008 and 2018, 2017. But the records are there to prove that even prior to Akufo-Addo coming to power, all the World Bank, IMF, West Africa Development Bank, and Africa Development Bank, and all international organizations have actually predicted that as a direct result of the program that we took, the program that we signed on to from 2015 thereabout, which was supposed to end 2015, 2017, 2016, 17, which the current government extended to 2019, that program was going to help, and including the two oil fields that were going to come, were going to help in our progress, and therefore GDP and growth was supposed to go up. Now, so people were saying, okay, no, the actual work that what they call it, Ken Ofori-Atta has done can be seen from 2019. In fact, from 2019, things started going down. Yes, excuse it. COVID came in. From private sources, we know COVID came in as a savior to save Akufo-Addo government. Again, you look at what happened in 2020 when we were going for election. The COVID money was squandered, spent anyhow. Today, this morning, as we on air, just coming in straight away from the majority, that the MPP, the governing party in parliament, about 80 MPs of the governing party have staged a news conference, and this is what they have to say. They've asked the president that they have told the president they are not going to partake and participate in and do any government business until the Minister of Finance resign or he sack. Let me bring you a bit. Let me bring you a brief video from that press conference. Unprecedented happening in Ghana as we speak. Let's go for it. We'll be right back.
Members of Parliament. You majority. You majority caucus. Now, you represented Dodua and to me for one reason or the other. Na ye pese ye ma ye mpanifo ye president te se niema ekoso na sen wo manmu enye ye nika ye consult ye constituents almost so express same sentiment enti ye de kwambebre so afa ye leadership of parliament so any leadership of the party so sema o mampania so nti se ye pese animu ya no Yema Yura Ofori-Atta, our finance minister, and Charles Edubuahi, our minister of state in the Ministry of Finance, and Tranchain na Abayajuma and Koso, send a bear the confidence beba economic system num na de and Koso also a beba. And intine, Yajina can say Kobasa de Yake, or Mampani went here. And near maybe or the parliament ha a big government business. Empo budget of 2023 no. And yes say ye wo hayi ene wo mo kan ho no ye participate. And inti yes o mampani say the adro ide ontie asem no. So when tie asem no dia Yes, Parliament. Yadamasi bebree nyamisha.
We are friend of progressive.
Parliament of Ghana, and we here so present a greater number of the said caucus. My name is Andy Apiakubi, and I am only here as spokesperson for the majority group. Without more, we have had occasions to defend allegations of conflict of interest, lack of confidence, trust against the leadership of our finance ministry. The recent developments within our economy are of great concern to the greater majority of members of our caucus and our constituents. We have made our grave concern to the President through the parliamentary leadership and the leadership of the party without any positive response. We are by this medium communicating our strong desire that the President change the Minister of Finance and the Minister of State in the Finance Ministry without further delay in order to restore hope into the financial sector and reverse the downward trend in the growth of the economy. The summary of our concerns leads to a plea that the Minister of Finance, Honorable Kenneth Oforiatta, and the Minister of State of the Ministry of Finance, Honorable Charles Edubuahi, be removed from office. We pray that this prayer will be carried to the presidency. We thank you very much for showing concern to us.
Unprecedented, coming all the way from Ghana, and this is the majority group, that the governing party in Ghana. The MPs, we understand, are numbered about 80, and the Apiakubi, who is a very strong member of that party. I know Andy Apiakubi very well. He was a student leader who was at Legon at that time. They have just addressed a press conference and telling the president, and he said one thing that was very instructive in that press conference was the fact that they have had to admit publicly that they've tried everything behind the scenes. They've tried consulting or dealing through the majority, the leadership of parliament, but nothing. No one seems to be hearing them. No one seems to be heeding to their advice. No one seems to be basically, listening to them. They have have to defend this government left and right, and no one listens to them. They cannot continue to do that work, and they've stated clearly. We know the budget is coming pretty shortly. They cannot and they will not be allowed to be used to basically engage in the debate that is ongoing. Look, this is unprecedented. If I tell you how, because it never happens. You see one or two MPs who disagree with their leader and other things, but to have a whole bunch of MPs calling them progressive, there's within MPP coming to say, you know what, we've had enough. We've had enough. And this is coming out after the president has gone to tour the nation. We saw the hooting and everything that was going on. We saw a chief coming from what you call it, the president's hometown, insulting people who basically were criticizing the president. It is becoming. So the group of New Patriotic Party members of parliament have petitioned President Nana Akufo-Addo to sack the Minister of Finance and the Minister of State at the Ministry Edubuahi to restore public confidence in the economy. This was announced in a media briefing by the spokesperson Andy Kwame Apiakubi, Member of Parliament Asante Akim North, in Parliament on Tuesday. The group said it will not do business with government nor support the 2023 budget if the president fails to heed their calls. According to them, the move follows previous concerns sent to the government that have not yielded any positive result. We have had occasions to defend allegations of conflict of interest, lack of confidence, and trust against the leadership of the finance ministry. The recent development within the economy is of major concern to our caucus and our constituents. We have made our grave concerns to our president through the parliamentary leadership and leadership of the party without any positive response. Andy Apiakubi said the MPs believe the move will change the current economic situation in the country. We are by this medium communicating our strong desire that the president changes the Minister of Finance and the Minister of State of Finance without further delay in order to restore hope into the financial sector and reverse the downward trend in the growth of the economy, he added. So far, about 80 MPs have reportedly signed the petition, and that's more than 50% because they only have about 138 in parliament. So if we have about 80 signing, then the president is in trouble. And this is the president again. I mean, one thing that baffles me, people have petitioned you, your basically party folks have had a cause to say, look, this is not good, things are not going right, and the people said they've had a cause, they have had to defend indefensible issues on parliament, even conflict of interest situations in parliament. Here we are now, they cannot stomach it any longer, and they've now decided to come public. What is going to happen? What are the minority saying? The minority in parliament, I would say, look, this is an opportunity. If I were minority now, this is what I would do. As political strategy, this is what I'm going to do. I will table a vote of no confidence in this government and will demand an impeachment of President Akufo-Addo. Now that his party has said, okay, you know what? We're bringing you to the slaughterhouse. We have actually tried to help you, but you're not helping yourself, and haven't helped those who help themselves. This is a matter of urgency. The government must go, the minority must go ahead right now, if I were them, to table a motion, an attempt to basically impeach Akufo-Addo. If Akufo-Addo has gone ahead to say, I'm not changing this man, that will be ground for impeachment. So whichever way you look at it, the minority will have something good to go to work home with, because Akufo-Addo, we know in a few days ago, actually came strongly defending the Minister of Finance. Okay, going back on his words, when he's going to basically rub his shoulders and say, we know he's a man who strives on egos and other things. We know that's what he does. We know Gabi Ochakro, the de facto prime minister, they're all about egos. You know, about egos, not about competence, not by whatever they can do, but it's about egos. That's what they do. So, I mean, if I were the man, if you are an NDC minister, if you are an NDC man listening to me now, tell your leaders today they must table a motion impeaching Akufo-Addo, because this is what is going to happen. Akufo-Addo might decide to be stubborn and say, okay, I am not doing it. This is the man I want. This is my beloved son, my beloved cousin. I want him to still remain and continue to steal and continue to mismanage at the Ministry of Finance. Okay? If he decides to keep him over there, what then will happen is that these ministers, 80 of them, will not participate in that bill. And they will basically support, some of them will support Akufo-Addo's impeachment. What do you have to lose? If you don't win, you don't win. But 2-3 people will move, and in fact, you only need 1/3 anyway to send a chain of reaction, calling for impeachment. Look, we cannot go worse than we are now. For the first time in the history of our economy, we are actually a junk state. Ghana is officially a junk state. When the IMF told IMF told the government to do a reprofiling of its debts and bring all the debts that together, they said no, they will not do it, because that will result in a further downgrading of the government, which will mean that we're going to D. We are not C minus, we're going to D. So the situation we are in, it has never been worse. We have not gotten to this level where creditors on the market cannot basically loan us money. Interest rates are nearly 50%. Interest rates are nearly 50% in Ghana. I mean, government is borrowing at unprecedented 40% on the domestic market. siphoning every money that is there for businesses. We cannot get anywhere. And if you're an NDC person, listen to us now. Please urge your leaders, tell them, Francis, impeach the president now. Don't let 24 hours come. It must be now. Table that motion of impeachment and let see what happens. But at least for now we know a few ones have spoken. Let's see what will happen. A few one has have spoken. We know what. Let's see what will happen. The lines are open. 02081332257. If you'd like to join and share your opinion, but this is unprecedented, coming in, happening in Ghana. It's never happened before. You have 1-2 MPs saying, okay, would you back the majority caucus call for Fourier to be sacked? Now that's a poll that is running. Let's see how many people have said yes. Let's see what the results has been. Will you back? A poll is saying, will you back? Let's see the results. So far, what are we saying? 92%. A poll has just gone public on media houses across the country. Will you back? And the question is simple. Will you back the majority caucus call for Fourier to be sacked? 93.8% have said yes, they want the finance minister to be sacked. Only 5% have said no, and 2.13 are saying indifferent. But almost 93% are said yes, they backed the majority caucus call for the sacking of the finance minister. Now, the other thing that is instructive over there for me is the issue about the role of the leadership of the party in parliament, because we have Chairman Sambusu, who is a minister in charge of parliamentary business. Basically, he is a cabinet member. And then you have Anodompre, who is actually the chief whip. If the caucus members have come to all these people, they've gone to the party leadership. Again, it calls into question the current leadership of the New Patriotic Party, because if Stephen Tim and Kodwa and all those people, if the party has approached you, because by law you people are cabinet members, and if they have approached you that this is a situation, let's get it resolved internally behind the scenes, and all of you have failed to get it done, and you all worshiping Akufo-Addo, the president of the Republic of Ghana, and now they've come public, I think the center is gone. Akufo-Addo's authority, has been damaged. It's gone. Party discipline gone. Party unity gone. Because we're going to have now people who are loyalists of Akufo-Addo saying, okay, you've given us up. Why did you do this? They now start attacking these people, and then you're going to have these people fighting back. You know what? Let the game begin. Let the game begin. At the end of the day, Ghanaians will probably be happy once this is set and done. But you know what? Let's take a quick commercial break. We're trying to see if we can get a call from Ghana. Let's see what is happening. Let's see if we can get a call from Ghana. But let's take this commercial break. Hi guys,
this is your friend Uruj from SendWave. SendWave is a money transfer app that is used by people all over the world to send money to their loved ones in Africa. With SendWave, you can send money to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And the best part is, SendWave is absolutely commission-free. Our exchange rates are excellent. You can see for yourself by checking them out on our website. So how do you use SendWave? SendWave is an app that you can download onto your phone from the App Store or Google Play Store. The app is free to download. After downloading it, just open the app and enter your name, email, and phone number. That's it. You're good to go. Make sure you use the promo code SR, S for Star, R for Radio. This promo code will give you £5 free credit to send to Africa on your first transaction. Your money will be delivered to your recipient within seconds. Feel free to call me on 0749 7377 647 at any time. I'll be happy to tell you all about SendWave and help you in any way I can. Remember to use the promo code SR for £5 free credit. Medasse.
Are you looking for the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy door-to-door shipment company? Well, look no further. When was the last time your family received a shipment back in Ghana on time and in time? You are not sure? Well, Lamb Shippers, we pride ourselves with being the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy shippers you can use. You are assured of prompt pickup, anywhere in the UK by our personnel. They also make sure your items are well packaged to get to its destination in time. When it comes to door-to-door shipment, look no further. Well, Lamb Shippers, contact us on 07939009321 or 07498911820, or you can visit our website www.welllamb.co.uk. You can also drop us a mail, info@welllamb@gmail.com. Well Lamb Shippers, fast, reliable, and trustworthy.
Hi there. Are you dreaming of owning your own house in Ghana? Then you will need a well-documented piece of land that is free from troubles. I highly recommend My Africa Property for any size of land that you will need. With My Africa Property, lands are available in Pram, Sopoli, Tohenia, Ogome, Dodova, Winneba, and many other locations at affordable prices. These locations are about an hour away from the airport, only 35 minutes from the motorway, 10 minutes drive from Central University College, 10 minutes drive to the beach, and close to Pram Senior High School and Ghana Men's Soccer Center of Excellence. For more details, visit our website www.myafricaproperty.com or call our UK office on 0208 123 2523. For our US and Canada offices, call us on +1 585 184 994145. You can also email us at ghana@myafricaproperty.com.
Getting onto the property ladder has never been easy until now. Join us this and every Thursday from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. live on the Property Hour Show on Star Radio UK, where we talk to mortgage brokers, property developers, estate agents, landlord, tenant, property consultants on how to invest or get into the property business and make money. You can't afford to miss this. The Property Hour Show is your best source into the property industry.
And the morning show.
This is Starr Radio. This is
UK.
Starr Radio
UK.
This is Starr Radio
UK.
Welcome.
Right, welcome back. Welcome back. We've got 25 minutes to go. So we'll keep on following that development in Ghana. It's an unprecedented development. You never have a block of MPs coming out against their own government, and this is to show that they've had enough. So we're trying to get one of our colleagues to see if we can get some news coming from there. See, how the citizens are taking it, what is happening. Anyway, and don't forget, this is today that it's only today that the Parliament has reconvened. Member of Parliament are expected to reconvene today to begin the third meeting of the second session. So they had opportunity to be out there, and this is the first day that they've reconvened in Parliament, and to set the ball rolling. This is what they have, the majority. Most often when you hear some of this, and you hear them telling you the president was hooted at. We're told is a minority. It's a minority NDC. President was visibly hooted at Kumasi. Again, the constituency where the minister in charge of information hails from, the president again was hooted at. That infuriated the chief to start his own chief to start insulting Ghanaians, calling them witches, devils, and basically bastards, basically. And that's someone they call a chief. And for people to come at this time, MPs to come and say this, I think is something serious. I'll give you a clue. As I last when I left, that was in June. As in June, Ghana cedi to the pound was around eight cedis. One cedi was to 8. 1 pound was to 8 cedis. It has doubled. As of yesterday, it was trading at 1660. Okay, 1660. It has doubled. It means if, for instance, you're doing a project or you're taking some money to Ghana, as you send even, 100 cedis to someone in Ghana, or you put, for those of us who probably for security reasons would like to keep a few money in your country. When you go, you can spend that money. I mean, it's not worthless. That money is worthless. I mean, if you had 100 million in the account, it's not worthless. You know, you have 100,000 in your account, it's not worthless, because at the end of the day, the value of it within 6 months has halved. You would have been better off keeping your money here. So assuming you change 10,000 pounds, what do you call it, which would have given you 10,000 Ghana, 10,000 pounds 6 months ago, would have given you 80,000 Ghana. Today, as we speak, if you have that 10,000 pounds, it will give you almost 170,000 Ghana cedis. Come on, you know, food prices are skyrocketing. I mean, it's now becoming increasingly difficult for people to survive. I watched a video yesterday of a mother who woke up around 2 a.m. to actually do one of these TikTok videos, and was almost in tears, crying. Say, look, I have 2 kids. I'm panicking. I don't even know what I'm going to do. I don't know how I'm going to feed them. Salary has not changed. Whatever I earn has not changed. How am I going to take care of these 2 children? And the lady had to wake up around 2 a.m. to do that, almost crying. Children are not going to understand anything, but she's going to have to face them. Traders will tell you they go to market, what they bought, whatever the mother bought today, they go to market tomorrow. They say, no, I mean, it's not happening. You know what? If you had a quantity of X amount, now it's X minus this, because things have gone up. It's just totally uncontrollable now. My younger brothers were telling me the other time they went and bought rice. Right at the board, when I returned from Ghana, less than 2 months. In fact, about 7 weeks ago, right? Rice that we bought for 350 Ghana cedis. They went trying to buy the rice yesterday. It was being sold for 750 Ghana cedis. Come on, that is totally unsustainable, you know. So listeners, basically, thank you, my producer. My producer said my image was not showing. Thank you very much, Frank. But that is a development we're having in Ghana now, unprecedented. I'm so happy that at least for once we have MPs who, someone will say, you know what, they are fighting for their own seats. They think that the way the constituents are behaving, if they do not do something, they themselves will fall victim to what is going on. But totally, what is happening in Ghana is just unsustainable. When you talk, the government will come in and tell you, you know what, we're doing everything. The president the other time said what they know how to research the economy or bring the economy. I mean, there's no economy to bring back. There's none. Now you're waiting for IMF package, and IMF are demanding certain things that you're not ready and you're not preparing. You know, it's a hard time. Now we have the pharmaceuticals that are saying now it's cash and carry, and that's what it means in reality, is that we're going to have more deaths. Because if you look at people with diabetes, if you look at people who are on certain type of medications, all right, and being treated under basically what they call the health service in Ghana, we are being told now that those tablets they will not be received. High blood pressure, people on high blood pressure. I mean, those tablets, unless you pay, and majority might not have the money to pay, because those who have the money anyway go to private hospitals. So a lot of people on the public go to the public sector because they believe that the NHS, they contribute a little bit of insurance, the national insurance is working for them. We are being told today, we are being told now that look, all those tablets we're not going to be giving you again unless you pay. What it means, we're going to have blood pressure killing people. We're going to be, within the next 1 month, stroke incidents are going to go up, because blood pressure will lead to people collapsing, having strokes, right? Diabetes, people are going to die because they cannot buy the tablet. That is the situation. We're talking about lives here. We're talking about lives. We're not just talking about digits. We're talking about lives that we're going to lose prematurely because of the recklessness of this government. And then you ask them, The money that you borrowed, everything that you took that money, where is the money? Where is the dollar? All those money, where is it? And they'll keep on telling you blah 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 blah. But hey, those are unprecedented developments that are coming from Ghana. I recall, I will again say, if NDC parliamentarians are listening, or anyone in NDC listening, please urge your leaders to table a motion impeaching the president now. It shouldn't even wait for 24 hours. It has to be done today. It has to be done today. Let's go to other news that are making headlines in Ghana. Let's stay with Ghana. During the shooting, eyewitness recount how everything went down. We had an incident yesterday in the evening. The police are telling us they are in control of the incident anyway. That they went there. Someone was shot, Jolu, and we are told that it has to do with land dispute or something like that. Jolu is a very, affluent area in Accra anyway. So someone was gunned down on the streets. Someone tried helping them. Before we realized from the videos, the car he was driving has gone in flames. They touched the car and it's all engulfed in flames. Basically, it's a violent situation. These land dispute issues, I don't know how we're going to solve it. A proper record keeping. How can one land be sold to 3 different or 4 different people? That's the situation we find ourselves in. This is what is resulting in some of all what we're witnessing. Again, we have been told that Bawumia, who is supposed to be the head of economic management team, and I noticed again something yesterday. For some time now, Bawumia has not been talking about the economy. Or everything that he does is about toilets, it's about what they call it, digitization, toilet digitization. You remember that very mockery that he made of himself about 2 months ago, where, or is it 2 or 3 months, where he went and addressed a conference and said that look, he would prefer a Ghana card than what they call it, 1,000 food bridges, 1,000 overheads and interchanges and that, and it became like a mockery. I mean, what is he talking about? We are now being told that he's suffering, he's been sidelined at the presidency. But you see, cleverly, yesterday the minister in charge of information issued a statement and cleverly roping Bawumia, reminding the public that he's still in charge of the economic management team. And you recall Bawumia himself came to tour the achievement of the economic management team, and now is something that we cannot, there's nothing to write home about. It has failed. The project chronism, project overborrowing has failed, and now the majority MPs are actually speaking. We also let's bring you this announcement on Thursday. This announcement is coming from the staples of the NDC. On Thursday, the president, the ex-president Mahama, will be addressing the nation, and he will be touching the issue about the economic collapse that we are witnessing now. He also, in a related development, celebrates the incoming president. He also celebrates the incoming Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. That is what is happening. Aging bill to be passed, according to the Gender Ministry. Let's see. I think this is a very important subject that we need to follow, and we're going to pay attention to. Now, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection has given the strongest assurance yet of its commitment to having the aging bill, a comprehensive legal tool with a focus on the well-being and protection of the older people, passed into law in the near term. Despite the existence of a broad policy framework geared towards the welfare of the aged, the aged, particularly with introduction of the national age policy in 2003 and its adoption in 2010, the move towards legislation has stalled in recent years, prompting fears of increased vulnerability for the elderly. But speaking at the launch of the inaugural National Aging Summit, which is the brainchild of the Center for Aging Studies at the University of Ghana in partnership with the Quality Life Assurance, The focal person for the agent are the Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Felix Luga, said the passage of the bill is paramount in the ministry's agenda. Okay, let me hold it then and ask a few questions. And this, I don't expect an answer anyway, but we know, as a matter of fact, that a bill was passed to help some of the most vulnerable people in our society, the disabled. Part of that bill made it an offense for public buildings to be built, to continue to operate without accessibility facilities for the disabled. Ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, a lot of government buildings are without necessary and adequate accessibility facilities for the disabled. So the question about passing a law, fine, but when we pass a law, what do we do with it? How do we respect it? Because charity begins at home. If a government passes a law saying, okay, you know what, now all the disabled people, to aid your mobility, to aid your ability to access government facilities, to aid your ability to be able to engage with government officials, not to be engineered out because of lack of facilities. We have passed a bill which mandates all public buildings to be able to make available disabled facilities, lifts, right, and others. Now, travelators. But here we are, the government itself still has a lot of public buildings and still continue to build a lot of public buildings without provision being made. One of the most brilliant guys I've ever known, Dr. Charles Diako, all the way in Oakland. Now, I schooled with him from the elementary level all throughout to the university. We ended up at the university. We went to the same basic school. We ended up in the same secondary school. I ended up initially at the same University of Ghana. Charles will tell you that, look, Frank, although I love my country, I do not have intention of going back to settle in Ghana. And you ask him, Charles, why? And he tells you, Frank, the first day I arrived in the US, I realized there's a difference in how we, the disabled, are treated. He was born able man, polio vaccination got him paralyzed, and now has to use crutches for the rest of his life. But you see, that did not stop him from achieving his aim. But you see, he tells me that, Frank, I don't see how I'm going to function should I even return to Ghana. He gave me a classic example. He's not a lecturer and one of the best food scientists that you know, wins several awards when it comes to research. So he tells me, Frank, if you're at the University of Ghana, where I might have to lecture, should I go back? How do I move? Over here, my accessibility, I have a vehicle that is adapted. When I get into my lecture hall, every provision is made for me, from my office even to my house. I do not feel the pain, the difficulty to move from one location to another, having to rely on people, sometimes beg. And therefore I'm not going. And I tell you what, that is talent we've lost. So yes, with big English has been spoken. Yes, a bill has been, it's been laid. But my question is, what is going to come out of this bill? Because we have several series of examples of bills that have been passed by Parliament, but when it comes to implementation, it's not happening. But again, I sit back and ask, the Disabled Association, what have they been doing all this while? Why have they not sued the government? Because they need to. In my view, they have to. They need to sue the government. Because a law is passed, you now have a weapon in your hand. You know? Ladies and gentlemen, time check is exactly 53 minutes past the hour of 12, and in 7 minutes we should be bringing the curtains down and we should be calling it a day. Archie will be here tomorrow with you, and myself and Archie will be here tomorrow with you. Like we said earlier on, we now have the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister, and rightly so, we have today focus mainly on what is happening right here in the UK. Right here in the UK, we know pretty shortly what do you call it, appointments are going to be announced. The Prime Minister has fully resumed office as we speak, after being asked by the government to basically by the head of the head of state, yes, King Charles, to basically form a government on his behalf. So that is what will happen. That's what is happening. That is what is happening over here in the UK. As well, in Ghana, we have an unprecedented development. Pressure is mounting on Akufo-Addo to sack his darling boy Akufo-Addo. All right, let's see what another development coming from Ghana. Minister for Information Kojo Opon is currently topping trends on social media platform after he broke the silence on the cedi depreciation. This came after many Ghanaians took to social media to react to the high cost of living and the lack of government effort to curb the cedi depreciation. On the interbank forex rate from the Bank of Ghana on 24th, that was yesterday, the Ghana cedi is trading against the dollar at a buying price of 12.50 and a selling price of 12.53. That's the interbank, but when you go to the forex bureaus, you'll be quoted around 15. However, on the same day, the Information Minister revealed that the government is engaged in a series of consultations with relevant stakeholders in the financial sector to solve the issue of the cedi depreciation. This man is a joke. Yesterday, earlier I reminded you about their efforts to try and rope in Baumia. Certainly so he has to, because he told us he's the head of economic management, and by constitution he's the head. Okay, aside the economic management team chaired by the Vice President Mahmoud, will also hold a series of meetings with other stakeholders, according to what he said yesterday. And Ghanaians have said no. This consultation will end with a cabinet retreat, after which the president will address the nation with steps taken to resolve the current. Look, this is nonsense. Let me call it nonsense, because 3 months ago the government had held a retreat at the Pedrasi Lodge, and that retreat was what resulted, even at that point, the finance minister was saying no, he wouldn't go to IMF, but the president himself has to order him that, look, we actually at a very critical stage, go to IMF, and that retreat resulted in engagement of IMF. All right, so how many retreats are we going to get? Now let's get some Ghanaians reaction. A solo Opon Nkrumah and the MPP are waiting for Cocoa syndicated loan to stabilize the city for 2 weeks max. This loan is a great canker. Opon Nkrumah is gradually becoming a clown in the face of Ghanaians. He will realize it when he is out of power. That is coming from one Ghanaian. King Jeffrey also reacted, say the hardest job on earth today is being an information minister to Akufo-Addo government. Man will say shit, but that's the line. Will say shit, then they will ask you to come and clarify. I pity Opon Nkrumah. His credibility gone all in the name of being a minister. Again, we have Abdul Baba. So what? Does this mean Ghana as a country that don't have any good reserve? Other countries that don't even produce gold do have reserve. If they sold it, they sold it. They sold it. That was around 2017. Jojo Bruce Kwanzaa. Jojo, how are you doing? Long time. This is a man I know very well. Jojo Bruce Kwanzaa. He used to be the chief information officer at the Ghana embassy here during Professor Atamo's era, reign. Jojo Bruce Kwanzaa, he was then moved to the US. I can't believe this. Kojo Nkrumah on Joy FM rattle like a parrot on the deficiencies of NDC GM. It was BC. It was because he said he could defend the incompetence of Akufa. That's why Hamid was removed, and he gave him the position. How can he be tired now? Pressure coming down. How can you defend the indefensible? Parkwesi, Kojo Nkrumah takes elitism scam most of the youth in this country. Man knows nothing. Big time. That is coming. So reaction. A lot of people are angry. Minister for Family Kojo Nkrumah hints at meeting by economic management to tackle the economic crisis. Any expectation of this meeting, I tell you what, Ghanaians are not enthused. That is what is coming. That is what is coming from Ghana. A lot is happening. Time check from our studios exactly 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. In 30 minutes time, BB Me Business takes the stage. But for now, let's bring this commercial. Let's take this commercial break. If it ends you don't hear from me, I'm going to bring you one beautiful tune. I think I'll go for where is the dollar again. Akufado, where is the dollar? Where is the dollar? Until then, stay safe. It's been me, Frank Davis, sitting in for Archie Hammond.
Hi guys, this is your friend Uruj from SendWave. SendWave is a money transfer app that is used by people all over the world to send money to their loved ones in Africa. With SendWave, you can send money to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And the best part is, SendWave is absolutely commission free. Our exchange rates are excellent. You can see for yourself by checking them out on our website. So how do you use SendWave? SendWave is an app that you can download onto your phone from the App Store or Google Play Store. The app is free to download. After downloading it, just open the app and enter your name, email, and phone number. That's it. You're good to go. Make sure you use the promo code SR. S for Star, R for Radio. This promo code will give you £5 free credit to send to Africa on your first transaction. Your money will be delivered to your recipient within seconds. Feel free to call me on 0749 7377 647 at any time. I'll be happy to tell you all about SendWave and help you in any way I can. Remember to use the promo code SR for £5 free credit. Medasse.
Are you looking for the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy door-to-door shipment company? Well, look no further. When was the last time your family received a shipment back in Ghana on time and in time? You are not sure? Well, Lamb Shippers, we pride ourselves with being the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy shippers you can use. You are assured of prompt pickup anywhere in the UK by our personnel. They also make sure your items are well packaged to get to its destination in time. When it comes to door-to-door shipment, look no further. Well, Lamb Shippers, contact us on 07939009321 or 07498911820. Or you can visit our website www.welllamp.co.uk. You can also drop us a mail, info@welllamp@gmail.com. Well Lamp Shippers, fast, reliable, and trustworthy.
Hi there. Are you dreaming of owning your own house in Ghana? Then you will need a well-documented piece of land that is free from troubles. I highly recommend My Africa Property for any size of land that you will need. With My Africa Property, lands are available in Prampram, Sopoli, Tohenia, Ogome, Dodova, Winneba, and many other locations at affordable prices. These locations are about an hour away from the airport, only 35 minutes from the motorway, 10 minutes drive from Central University College, 10 minutes drive to the beach, and close to Prampram Senior High School and Ghana Men's Soccer Center of Excellence. For more details, visit our website www.myafricaproperty.com or call our UK office on 0208 123 2523. For our US and Canada offices, call us on +1 585 184 994145. You can also email us at ghana@myafricaproperty.com.
Getting onto the property ladder has never been easy until now. Join us this and every Thursday from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. live on the Property Hour show on Starr Radio UK, where we talk to mortgage brokers, property developers, estate agents, landlord, tenant, property consultants on how to invest or get into the property business and make money. You can't afford to miss this. The Property Hour show is your best source into the property industry.
Hi guys, this is your friend Uruj from SendWave. SendWave is a money transfer app that is used by people all over the world to send money to their loved ones in Africa. With SendWave, you can send money to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And the best part is, SendWave is absolutely commission free. Our exchange rates are excellent. You can see for yourself by checking them out on our website. So how do you use SendWave? SendWave is an app that you can download onto your phone from the App Store or Google Play Store. The app is free to download. After downloading it, just open the app and enter your name, email, and phone number. That's it. You're good to go. Make sure you use the promo code SR, S for Star, R for Radio. This promo code will give you £5 free credit to send to Africa on your first transaction. Your money will be delivered to your recipient within seconds. Feel free to call me on 0749 7377 647 at any time. I'll be happy to tell you all about SendWave and help you in any way I can. Remember to use the promo code SR for £5 free credit. Medasse.
Are you looking for the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy door-to-door shipment company? Well, look no further. When was the last time your family received a shipment back in Ghana on time and in time? You are not sure? Well, Lamb Shippers, we pride ourselves with being the fastest, reliable, and trustworthy shippers you can use. You are assured of a prompt pickup anywhere in the UK by our personnel. They also make sure your items are well packaged to get to its destination in time. When it comes to door-to-door shipment, look no further. Well, Lamb Shippers, contact us on 07939009321 or 07498911820. Or you can visit our website www.welllamp.co.uk. You can also drop us a mail, info@welllamp@gmail.com. Well Lamp Shippers, fast, reliable, and trustworthy.
Hi there. Are you dreaming of owning your own house